Here is a young, ambitious journalist. She is eager to travel the world, to get up close and personal as she reports on issues that affect us all. She contacts editors to pitch her project. They're interested, but with no budget for international reporting, their hands are tied. Stuck and frustrated, the journalist gives up. When I was a young journalist, the St. Louis Post-Dispatch sent me to over 60 countries, covering stories just like this. Many news organizations had correspondents based abroad in bureaus across the globe. As the internet disrupted old business models, many of those stories went untold, and many of those news bureaus went dark. The issues hadn't gone away. They were more important than ever. But there were fewer journalists reporting in depth, and in the frantic quest for clicks and likes, more emphasis on the superficial and news of the passing moment. It was out of these troubling trends that the Pulitzer Center began, with the mission of raising money to support journalists in filling these gaps. Our approach has always been collaborative, connecting strong journalists and outlets large and small to reach the broadest audience, with an assurance to our grantees and partners of the independence that is crucial to responsible reporting. In our first year, we commissioned 9 projects. Now we support over 150 a year, working with leading news organizations in print, broadcast, and online. Along the way, we have sought out opportunities for innovation as a leader in showcasing our journalism through film festivals, photo exhibits, ebooks, and more. Our biggest innovation was to make educational outreach part of our core mission. What began as a few presentations at schools and universities has grown and grown to nearly 500 events per year. Teachers benefit from the online curricular materials built to bring our journalism to even more schools. Some students do their own reporting, exploring the local impacts of global issues. Others win Pulitzer Center International Reporting Fellowships. All benefit from the deeper engagement with global issues that the immediacy of journalism makes possible. The Pulitzer Center model has evolved and expanded, but it still begins with a journalist, an issue, and a story. Support from the Pulitzer Center makes the field reporting possible. Its network of news media partners and educational institutions assures that the reporting has impact. And it's that demonstrated impact that persuades foundations and individuals to invest in us, making donations that allow us to support still more journalists. To us, this is a virtuous cycle, efficiently making use of skills and resources to produce the sort of journalism that is a public good for all. So when that young, ambitious reporter comes to an editor with a strong idea, it doesn't end in frustration. It ends with journalism, and with a better informed, more engaged public, one that is essential if our democracy is to thrive.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let us praise the Almighty God for His blessing and mercy so we can gather on this event without any obstacles and in a healthy condition.
With all due my respect to Professor Kosuke Mizuno as a Professor of Development Studies at School of Environment Science, Universitas Indonesia, Ms. Titi Kartitiani as a freelance journalist and photographer for National Geographic Indonesia, Mr. Dana Kencana as a journalist and editor at IDN Times, Dr. Sarah Kardi as a professor of School for Agriculture, Policy and Development of University of Reading, UK, Mr. Bagja Hidayat as a executive director and head of the investigation desk at Tempo magazine, and Ms. Carol Ilagan from Philippines journalist and journalism editor.
And also, we would love to give our warm welcome to the Honorable Rector of IPB University, Professor Arif Satria, Dean of the Faculty of Human Ecology, Professor Ujang Sumarwan, Head of Department of Communication and Community Development, Professor Arya Hadi Darmawan, all the lecturers from Department of Communication and Community Development, Ms. Granti Paramita as a Regional Coordinator of Southeast Asia Education Policy Center, and for the Honorable Participant.
Welcome to the second day of the third International Conference on Rural Socio-Economic Transformation
and the grand launching of Southeast Asia Journalist Scientist Rainforest Hub.
It is an honor for me, Erika Mutiara, and my partner,
Arlen Elvide Sudi, as the master of ceremony of this event.
All right. How are you today, ladies and gentlemen? We hope you are all doing great, healthy, and also as excited as we are today.
Yes.
Because finally, after a long time waiting due to COVID-19 pandemic, we can attend an offline event like today. We are so happy to see you face to face.
Yes.
And Arlen, what are we going to have today?
Okay, today we're gonna have another amazing session. We're gonna have a view plenary session, and also we're gonna have a grand launching, Erika, for Southeast Asia Journalist Scientist Rainforest Hub.
Yes, I can't wait to
Yes.
start the event. But before that,
before we start our event, we are going to hear an opening remark from the head of the Department of Communication and Community Development. We respectfully welcome to the stage Professor Dr. Arya Hadi Darmawan.
Selamat pagi semuanya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. We are very thankful for the God blessings, and I'm very happy and very glad to have all of you in this room, and with very fresh face and good healthy. On behalf of the Department of Communication and Community Development Sciences, I would like to express our thankful and also to welcome all of you to the second days of our international conference on what we call as a RUSET. Yeah, usually we call as RUSET, just RUSET. Yeah, the third international conference on rural socio-economic transformation is very long title. A transdisciplinary approach for promoting sustainable resilience and just rural transition in the era of climate crisis. And today we add another program with ground launching Southeast Asia Journalist Scientist Rainforest Hub, arranged by Pulitzer Center Indonesia. I think a massive appreciation goes to our speakers here, Professor Kosuke Mizuno. Please stand up. Yeah. I remember when I was young, I was the assistant of Professor Sayogyo, and Professor Kosuke Mizuno is one of the collaborator of Professor Sayogyo. Yeah, so I'm very happy that to have you in this room. And also to special guest, Professor Henny Osbar, please stand up. Professor Sarah, yeah, both of them are coming from Reading University UK, our collaborators, and special thanks also to Ibu Granti, our new collaborator from Pulitzer Indonesia, and we have also some students just arrived from UK. Please stand up. Yeah, last but not least, our Dean of the Faculty of Human Ecology, Pak Professor Ujang. And in this room, we have so many lecturer and also professor coming from our universities. Yeah, I cannot mention one by one. Yeah, thank you very much and welcome to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, I think your ideas and also your contribution will be shared and will be exchanged in this event. And I expect that your contribution is very beneficial for our scientific development and our civilization in this era. Finally, to all participants, I wish you a very happy conference and God bless you. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Professor Arya, for the opening remark. Now, before we start, we have a few announcements, Erika.
Yes, Arlen. So, ladies and gentlemen, this event is going to be bilingual, and we have provided a simultaneous interpreter. If you are willing to use an interpretation device, you can use the device that has been given to you. And for the online participant, you can use the interpretation feature in the Zoom meeting. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue to our one of the most awaited agenda and also our special agenda today.
Okay.
And it is the grand launching of Southeast Asia Journalists Rainforest Hub.
And we would like to invite Ms. Granti Paramita as a regional coordinator of Southeast Asia Education Pulitzer Center to give us a brief presentation about Southeast Asia Journalists Rainforest Hub. So please welcome to the stage Ms. Granti Paramita.
Good morning to all of you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for attending this event and taking the time to actually share the space with us today. It is with a great pleasure for the Pulitzer Center, me and also my colleague here, Bapak Hari Suryadi, to deliver and introduce to you the new initiative that we have, the Southeast Asia Journalists and Scientists Hub. Next, please. So the Pulitzer Center on Crisis Reporting raises awareness on underreported global issues. We supported the quality journalism across all the media platform and a unique program for education and public outreach. So at the moment, we're also working in other regions like the Congo Basin and also the Americas or the Amazon forest. So we have the vision to actually we are delivering the largest single source of money for global enterprise reporting and the only one incorporating this reporting into comprehensive education program that extend the impact of the reporting of the fellow and also the grantees that we supported. We are also trying to allow the students and the public to engage directly on the issues. So the result is a sustained reporting and outreach on topics that range from the land rights, climate change, deforestation, and also we're trying to have the interconnected problems delivered to other education institutions as well. So we have different departments at the moment, and we just launched this new department in Pulitzer Center called the International Outreach and Education, where we are trying to introduce our work to the world. So we have, for example, like art exhibitions upcoming in Thailand, for example, and also we're going to engage lots of schools in Congo Republic as well. We'll also have different campaigns being delivered in online and through Instagram platform to engage youths in Southeast Asia as well. So please do follow us. Next, please. So our primary projects at the Pulitzer Center that works around the environmental issues and deforestation, we have two projects. So the first primary fund is the Rainforest Journalism Fund here, and it's very similar to our department in International Education and Outreach. We are working in the three regions in Amazon forest and also in the Congo Basin as well, so in Africa. So the Rainforest Journalism Fund actually represent a major investment in international environment and climate reporting. I think we are the only center and also institution that focusing in the work of journalism in environmental and represents a major investment in that issue. Yeah, so in the RJF, or the Rainforest Journalism Fund, it's a global initiative to raise the visibility and ambition of environmental reporting across the 3 regions. We are supporting the original independent reporting projects on issues such as deforestation, land rights, climate change, among others. We also provide training opportunities and trying to foster a global network of journalists that interested in environmental issues. And also, if you are interested, and I hope you're excited as we are to welcome all this work, please do check our website as well. And we have this website actually translated into different languages because actually the equality, diversity, and inclusion is at the heart of our work as well. So the RJF has supported 186 projects from 2018. So it is not long. It hasn't been that long, but we're still continuing to support these projects around the world. And at the moment, we have 825 reports getting published, and I'm sure we have more actually, because at the moment there are lots of openings as well under the RJF. For example, we had the biodiversity call, and now we have another one focusing on Mekong region as well. So the other project that I wanted to introduce to you is the Rainforest Investigations Network. So the RIN, what we call it, trying to harness the investigative reporting and cross-border collaboration in tackle the intersection of climate change, corruption, and governance in the world's 3 main tropical rainforests. So at the moment, we are supporting the in-depth stories in the 3 regions, and it is being built with quantitative analysis and investigative journalism, and with the methods of following the money and the data-driven. So we're actually working with the most passionate journalists around the world, and they have been producing lots of challenging stories that probably for some people it's quite difficult to be told, but this is a really amazing work from our fellows. So I really encourage you to check out this amazing investigative report done by our network and fellow here. In RIN, we have the systemic approach. So we connect cases to a larger scheme or trend. And other things is that we're trying to establish common methodologies, facilitating collaboration, and build capacity for data-driven investigations. Next. So if you see on the left-hand side here, we have been working with the biggest media outlet and the best ones, and also we are also working with the small media outlets too. So we're working with lots of passionate journalists. So for example, here we have the work with NBC, El País, and El País is actually the Spanish newsroom with a big reach in Latin America. And also we have worked with 360grados.co. It's a Colombian legacy newspaper and the startup newsroom for 360 Grade. And the impact is already seeing a really great result for the RAN. So we have 265 pieces of coverage, 3.5 billion online readership, and we have estimated a coverage of 10 million views and social shares. And we also have the 135 YouTube views. So the impact is already very diverse and very encouraging, because if you see there's a lot of discussion that's been triggered by this report that's reported by our fellows. And also we're trying to have the investor to be better informed through our reporting, and hopefully this reporting has helped the local communities to get help on the legal. Yeah. So the first cohort on 2021, we had the 13 fellows. So that's including Pak Bagja Hidayat here that will be delivering a session to you all. And we have a new cohort of the fellows in 2022 of 19 fellows from 12 countries, sorry. Next. So this is the examples of our underreported stories. If you see here, it's very varying and very diverse. So for example, we had the reporting of the food estates, so covering the political power play that's discussed and support the food estates project that's been deployed in Borneo and also other region in Riau and Sumatra. And if you see in the middle, we also have like the gender-related reports as well. So trying to see the gender lens of the forest communities. Another things that are interesting is we also have the report on biodiversity as well. So on these stories, we are discussing about the homeless giants and the Sumatran elephants. Next. So I think one of the strengths of our reportings here is how the journalists and also the fellows is able to present this really important issues and reportings very creatively, in a very creative way and in engaging manner. So for example, we have like the news game in Kompas, being published in Kompas. Also, we have like the short videos published in YouTube, and we are also having some podcasts in Spotify as well. So what is the Southeast Asia Journalists and Scientists Hub? So basically this hub trying to facilitate underrepresented voices from forest community, the affected community and local stakeholders as local journalists and academics. We are also trying to share the highlights of underreported stories to academics and explore the solutions, ultimately to enrich the diversity of knowledge coming from journalists. And also through the hub, we want to bridge the meaningful interaction between journalists and academics to help solve the challenges in rainforest. We are also wanting to explore the possibilities of having the underreported stories as the academics' potential research object and commonly engagement activities to collectively contribute in addressing the challenges in rainforest. We can go to the next slide. So the hub will try to foster the dialogues and collaboration between the scientists and journalists to address pressing rainforest issues. So we will have, for this year at least, we're going to have 3 different projects and work streams. So the first is Rainforest Seminar Series. We're going to have 5 this year. So this morning actually marked the first seminar for the Rainforest Seminar Series. The series is trying to address the trending topics around rainforest and urgent underreported stories from the lens of knowledge and journalism. Our ultimate goal is to bring scientists and journalists closer to achieve better informed decision in public affairs through the forums. And the second is impact seed funding. The impact seed funding want to facilitate the collaboration project between RJF and RIN fellows and also with the scientists to further the impact of their interrelated work around rainforest. And the last is we're going to have the popular academic writing training. So we're going to have opening for the participation of this training open for the academics that are interested in learning about journalism and writing in mass media. So this is a capacity building program for scientists want to learn journalists, and this program will have the partnership with the big media outlets such as probably The Conversations or probably Tempo Institute. We're still exploring options about that. So I have mentioned to you about the 3 activities that we have under the Rainforest Seminar Series. It's a dialogue platform for the journalists and academics. We're going to have 5 this year, and please follow our socials to know more about this seminar series. For the ISF, the Impact Seed Funding, we're going to grant 2 to 3 collaboration projects. And the last, about the writing training, we're going to have the aim to support for the academics wanting to learn the journalism and writing in mass media. For the second seminar, under the seminar series, we're going to have it in Borneo, hopefully. And for the third seminar, we're going to have it in Riau or South Sumatra. Okay, we can go next. Okay, I think this is reaching the end of my presentation, so please do take note of my contact if you are interested to build the partnership with us. And that concludes our presentation from the Pulitzer Center of Southeast Asia Academics Journalist Hub. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for Ms. Granti for your presentation. And please join us downstairs because we are going to have a symbolic luncheon. And we are also invite Professor Arya Hadi Darmawan as the head of Department of Communication and Community Development to join us.
And Professor Ujang Sumarwan as Dean of the Faculty of Human Ecology to join us for a symbolic launching.
Yes, exactly. All right. In the count of 3, please hit the gong. Together? Okay. Okay. Southeast Asia Journalist Scientist Rainforest Hub has been launched. Thank you so much for Professor Arya, Professor Ujang, and also Ms. Granti. Please stay on the stage because we are going to take a picture together.
So for the photographer, you can take a picture.
Okay, for the documentation, you can come forward. Okay. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, smile. All right, thank you so much for Professor Arya, Professor Ujang, and also Ms. Granti. You can go back to your seat.
Thank you. Okay, now ladies and gentlemen, we are going to our first plenary session of the day. For this session, we are going to discuss about communication for development and social justice that will be presented by Dr. Sarah Hardy from University of Reading, UK, Mr. Bagja Hidayat from Tempo, and Ms. Carol Ilagan from Philippines.
Yes, and in this session, the presentation and also discussion will be guided by our amazing moderator, Dr. Juara Pelubis.
And now please welcome to the stage our moderator and presenter for this plenary session. Dr. Sarah Hardy.
Mr. Bagja Hidayat.
Ms. Carol Ilagan.
For Dr. Juara Lubis, the stage is yours.
Terima kasih. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm very proud to lead this session. To borrow Pak Rilu's term yesterday, I'm the driver of this session. And I'm very proud being a driver here. You know, people from North Sumatra like me usually work as a driver in Jakarta. But I'm very proud. Why? Because the bus is very good. The speaker is good, are good, and the audience also very, very good. So I'm very proud to lead this session. And this session, we will hear three speakers. The first is Ate Carol Iligan from Philippines. Ate is a local term in Philippines for sister or kakak or older woman. Ate. I know that because I stayed 3 years in Philippines. The second speaker is Pak Bagja Hidayat from Tempo. And the third speaker is Ibu. Ibu is madam in Indonesia. Ibu Sarah Karde. I don't want to take more time because our time is very limited. All speakers will talk about 15 minutes only, and then we will have 40 minutes to discuss after the three speakers. So, according to the newest schedule, we will first hear to Ate Carol Ilagan, and the topics of her speaks is meaningful collaboration and lesson learned from Rainforest. What's that? Investigation Network. Are you ready, Ate Carol Ilagan? Unfortunately, he cannot attend this meeting in Indonesia. Magandang umaga, Ate Carol. Magandang umaga is good morning. Okay. I'm very happy to hear and lead our discussion. So, okay, please, 15 minutes for you. Sige.
All right. Thank you very much. I was just wondering if I could share my screen, please. Okay. 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 I just wanted to check if you can see my screen. Okay, maraming salamat. Thank you. Again, good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for having me. Thank you for the warm welcome. I am very happy, and I take it as a privilege to be able to join you all because I think we have a lot to learn from each other. So in the next 15 minutes or so, I'll be sharing some of the lessons we've learned from working with the Pulitzer Center's Rainforest Investigations Network. I've had the privilege of being among the first cohort of fellows, along with my colleague Bagja Hidayat of Tempo last year. So I'll be sharing some lessons from RIN, and at the same time, I hope that our lessons could contribute to answer two key questions that we aim to answer for this session, which are how could we make the process of land conversion more fair? And what are the communication strategies that are helping to empower people in villages and forest communities? So again, I'll be kind of discussing the context or the lay of the land, and at the same time also sharing perspective from the journalism side. And I think there will be a lot of maybe useful insights, as well as I understand our audience here is wider and not just from the journalism side, but also, of course, from our education or academic community. So let me start with, so this map, as you can see here, is from the Global Forest Watch, showing tree cover loss, emerging hotspots, and places to watch. So as you can see here, it shows how few stories and issues actually are more urgent and global than the destruction of the planet's tropical forests. So as you can see here, a lot of the countries that are hotspots, Southeast Asia, the Amazon, and the Congo Basin region. Now, if we look at Southeast Asia in focus, as we know, Southeast Asia is home to roughly half of the world's tropical mountain forests. So that means ecosystems in our region support massive carbon stores and tremendous biodiversity, including a host of species that occur or that we can see nowhere else in the planet. However, a new study suggests that these havens are in grave danger. Perhaps this is also not new to us, of course. But the conversion of higher elevation forests to cropland is accelerated at an unprecedented rate throughout the region. A study published in the Nature Sustainability, which was also published by Mongabe, shows that in Southeast Asia, researchers calculated that 610,000 square kilometers of forest, an area larger than Thailand, had been lost from 2001 to 2019. Alongside that fact is where the destruction of forests happens, decline in democracy also persists. So this map from Freedom House shows how across the globe, freedom has taken a backslide, with more countries in the global south less free. So as you can see, if we kind of overlap or compare it with the Global Forest Watch earlier, where you can see the hotspots in the Amazon region, Congo Basin, and Southeast Asia.
Recording stopped.
You will also see similarities in terms of where the decline in global freedom is. So those are the areas with the orange color. So the case for journalists and activists in these regions have also not gotten better either, as freedom of expression inherently is also under threat. So you can see here the Global Press Freedom Index as well from Freedom House. So as the climate crisis intensifies, the situation for journalists, activists, frontline communities, and defenders of the earth
Recording
is also
in progress.
getting worse. Global Witness in 2021 reported that on average, data shows that 4 defenders have been killed every week since the signing of the Paris Climate Agreement. But of course, this figure is probably also an underestimate. The recorded attacks were reportedly linked to resource exploitation across logging, hydroelectric dams, and other infrastructure, mining, and other large-scale businesses. Logging was the industry linked to the most murders, with 23 cases, including Brazil, Nicaragua, Peru, and the Philippines. And as we all know, of course, the window to prevent global temperatures from rising is rapidly closing. Decisions that are to be made this year could determine whether the target will be met. So perhaps again, no story is more international or intersectional than climate change. And while journalists and activists are continually under threat in many climate vulnerable countries, I think for the most part, and because of the work being done by a lot of organizations, including the Pulitzer Center, collaborations have made it possible for us to report and shed light on these issues, because collaborations also mean pooling resources and skills as well as managing exposure and risk. Of course, we all know that the journalism business by nature is competitive. Before, or maybe until now, in some countries, getting exclusives typically is what newsrooms dream of. But over the years, we're learning, we're realizing that perhaps it's even more radical to tear these walls of competition and exclusivity and work together. In the context of reporting about forests and climate change, making a case for collaborations is easy, if not imperative. However, on the practical note, how do we begin? What if there are no leaks, which as we've seen have been crucial in some of the most powerful investigative collaborations we've seen in the past decade, similar to the work being done by the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists when they broke out the Panama Papers or Paradise Papers. And at the same time, not all stories may be a subject for collaboration because of obvious limitations, but this is where our experience from the Rainforest Investigations Network, we're able to draw some lessons and perhaps some practical tips that I hope that I wish to share. And I'm sure my colleague Bagja Hidayat would also have a lot to share as well. So I'll be sharing some lessons from the Rainforest Investigations Network, also keeping in mind of the key questions that we hope to answer for this session. How can we make the process of land conversion fair? And what are the communication strategies that are helping empower people in the village and forest communities? All right, so basically I have some four tips that I hope I can cover with the rest of the time that I have. So when we talk of collaborations, we talk about finding a common ground. And it's not just collaboration for collaboration's sake, wherein, you want to work with another journalist or maybe with another colleague. But there's really a common ground for the two parties or even more parties to work together to be able to shed light on an issue more comprehensively. So first is tracking the supply chain. Understanding how the trade of commodities is driving deforestation worldwide opens avenues for a lot of collaborations. So surprisingly, when I first joined the Rainforest Investigations Network last year, I was really overwhelmed by the fact of working on stories about supply chain, because in the context of the Philippines, for instance, we do not have a lot of publicly available record on supply chain, or let's say, for example, where does palm oil from the Philippines go, or where do our nickel go, for instance. And we're not even sure whether that kind of information is maintained or in an organized way. But surprisingly, in the course of the experience with RIN, and I met other journalists, like for example, Granty mentioned NBC earlier, we were able to uncover what happens in the supply chain, connecting Philippines to Japan and the US. So key sources would be export and import data. It's also useful to look at financial statements and corporate disclosures. because a good thing to keep in mind is that companies that are publicly owned are subject to detailed disclosure laws about their financial condition, operating results, managing compensation, and other areas of their business. So that was very surprising to us when we saw that the information that we needed are actually available online. And I'll show some examples later. Talk to industry experts, of course, and civil society and researchers, because often we interviewed a lot of environmental groups, not just in the Philippines, but in Japan as well, and in the US. And they've been doing this work for a long time already. So to them, it's not surprising to find out that, let's say, nickel from the Philippines go to Japan and then the US. And of course, some have also succeeded by following trucks, barges, and ships. So actually tracking where the commodities go. Might not always be advisable given security issues, but some of our colleagues at TRIN have tried doing this as well. So some of the stories that we've come up with, this is by my colleagues at Tempo, Bagja, and Dini. So they reported on how timber from Indonesia are exported to the USA, China, Australia, and India, and of course, exposing the issues that are left in Indonesia. For the Philippines, this is the collaboration that we did with NBC News. We found that nickel from the Philippines is being used for the batteries of Tesla cars, which are supposedly, they are supposed to be clean or green cars. So essentially what we learned is that the transition to clean energy is pressuring mineral-rich countries like the Philippines. And nickel mines in this particular island, which is the last ecological frontier in the Philippines, to dig even more. So as I mentioned earlier, some detail may be in plain sight. So this is a screenshot of a financial statement where you can see where the sales are happening. So there's a mention of China and Japan. And I mentioned earlier also the financial disclosures by companies. So this is a screenshot of a press release by Sumitomo. So Sumitomo supplies material. So this is from the nickel from the Philippines to Panasonic, which produces the battery for Tesla cars. So this is the supply chain actually. And then this is a more comprehensive chart which we got from the annual report of Sumitomo. So the Philippines is here, the Rio Tuba and the Taganito nickel mine. So then it goes to Coral Bay where it's processed, and then it goes to Japan, and then eventually to the customers. So that's Panasonic and then eventually Tesla. So again, these records we tried to verify also with other interviews and other data as well coming from the US side, and of course, getting the side of the companies as well. You also have useful websites like Trace. So Trace is a data-driven initiative that provides information on trade and financing of commodities, driving deforestation worldwide. So this is publicly available, so it might be useful to check it out, especially if you're looking at specific countries. All right, the next tip that I would like to share is, of course, following the money. Large scale or industry scale operations require big investments and loans. So which companies will profit or maybe stand to lose from these operations? So it would be good to look at how banks, investors, and other institutions help finance companies, or maybe even look at the role of offshore. This is where the term ESG would be very helpful. So looking at the ESG criteria, the environmental, social, and governance criteria, are a set of standards for a company's operations that socially conscious investors use to screen potential investments. So the environmental criteria considers how a company performs as a steward of nature. So how are they exposed to deforestation risks? So far, we've seen some of the stories following the money. Like, for example, this is published under the Panama Papers with the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists. This looks at how leaked records reveal offshore's role in forest destruction in Indonesia. So documents coming from an offshore law firm called Appleby and its other corporate service providers. They show how they have helped a company called April. I believe it's a natural resources company, paper in particular, structure its operations despite questions about the company's environmental record. And it might also be useful to check out, there's another website. So this is kind of similar to Trace, which is also publicly available, but it looks at forest and finance data. So the chart that you're seeing here are Philippine banks that are giving loans to companies that might be risks to forests. So they have a more detailed data, which is also downloadable. So for example, here, so you can check also by country. I just checked for the Philippines. So these are very quite popular banks in the Philippines, which we have our own savings account. So you can see them giving loans to companies like Wilmar, Olam, Royal Golden Eagle Group, and they work in the sector of palm oil and pulp and paper and rubber. So again, this is publicly available, so that might be able to provide us leads on where to start. So here, if I were to work on this as a collaborative project, my side would be covering the banks, and I might look into the countries where Wilmar or Olam or RGE are operating and see how their operations are affecting the forests and communities in their area. Okay. Thank you for the reminder. So I'm wrapping up. Another tip is, of course, using the contracting lens. Governments enter into contracts with private entities and individuals for resource exploitation or land use conversion. So it's important to establish the key actors in the contracting pipeline to understand the responsibilities and regulations. Check ownership, the extent and location of land concessions, and global commitments. So here, I just wish to share this story published by our colleague from Malaysia. This is about how this big company owned by powerful people will clear forests in Pahang in Malaysia, which has been a forest reserve. And there will be, it's a land grabbing issue also. So indigenous peoples will lose their home essentially. And finally, for my last tip would be looking for solutions. Our role as journalists is, of course, to expose wrongdoing and track accountability. But there's also a greater need to provide credible examples of solutions to problems. So these are not the feel-good type of stories, of course, but really looking at the effectiveness of a particular solution. So more on the effectiveness, not so much on the good intentions, because, you know, that's kind of a given already. So really tackling how it works and maybe also why it might not be working as well. Not everything, of course. So again, we have great examples from Pulitzer Center supported stories. So this one is an effort by 4 countries, Cambodia, Indonesia, Philippines, and Vietnam. And basically, they're looking at efforts being made to restore forests in Southeast Asia. So I will end here. I believe my time is up. But again, just to kind of conclude the presentation on also building equity into collaboration. So of course, this is where trust, confidentiality, and equal access to resources also come into play. I'll end here, but I'll be happy to answer your questions later. So again, thank you very much, everyone.
Last year's Tempo, I mean, in 5 last years, Tempo focused on to environment because after Paris Agreement 2015, Indonesian have a commitment to decrease carbon emission on the NDC proposal. NDC is a national determined contribution, decrease emission carbon 2030. And then after that, we focus on to environment issue and focus on to deforestation. Why? Because the deforestation is a lead of mitigation regulation on the decrease emission carbon. And we want to know and we want to see how the regulation on the paper and match on the field. So that's when the Pulitzer Center open up the rainforest information network, Tempo involved in them, and then I as a fellow last year. So last year we have 4 projects on the deforestation, and I want to tell to all of you about the 2 projects on the deforestation in the Papua. And before that, the deforestation in Indonesia is very interesting and very important. Why? Because we have so many terms, so many definitions, because deforestation related to the definition of the forest. We have so many definitions of the forest. Land of 0.25 hectares, height, the trees is 5 meters, and the cover, the forest coverage 30%. What the impact of the definition is the powerful to our regulation. Because if you destroy the forest, but the forest is still above 30% forest coverage, the land is still forest, not deforestation. That is only degradation. So what the impact is, the government can give the concession on the forest degradation. That is the problem, and we can debate. We can about the definition. That so we see the Papua, because the Papua, the forest of Papua is the last our frontier. After Sumatra, Kalimantan, Sulawesi has we have, if I'm not mistaken, now is our Indonesian forest, 35 million hectares is deforested. So that is the problem. So we should see the Papua because the last frontier, and the thing of definition of deforestation is on the regulation, by law. Indonesian government have two definitions of the deforestation: planned and unplanned deforestation. Unplanned, it means that forest fires, illegal logging, and so on. And planned deforestation is deforestation by the law. The government give or license to the companies to cut the trees and sell the forest products. And we can see the Papua right now is Papua is 41 timber companies in there, and the land area concession is more than 5 million hectares. And but that is it is all Papua, yeah, West Papua and Papua, because Papua is separate two provinces right now, Papua and West Papua, 41 timbers. And I don't know how many companies on plantation. I mean, palm oil plantation, because after the HPH timber concession, there is the secondary forest, and then after that they open up to plantation. So yeah, and now and we know that Papua is declared that Papua Barat, I mean West Papua, is declared conservation province. So this is treat to the declaration. Next. Yeah, yeah, we founded the operation on the timber companies, and 3 in Papua and 3 in West Papua. We can see that on the satellite imagery that's like Prabu Alaska. This is the companies. You can see that the red one is the cutting the trees, and the yellow one is concession. I mean RKT rencana kerja tahunan, annual planning work by companies. But you can see that the annual work is in the yellow box, but they cutting trees on the outside of the box. That is the violation by the law. But why the government not can find the violation? And we found that. And next. And we found that, but the question is why the companies can sell the forest product to abroad, to Arab Saudi, to Australia, to Japan, to China, and so on. Why? Why the violation of operation timber companies can sell the forest product to abroad? Must be something wrong on the monitoring. So next, yeah, the main evidence we found that on this coverage is we have lack of SPLK system. SPLK is Sistem Verifikasi Legalitas Kayu, forest system on forest verification and legality. So by the system, all timber companies should be audited by the by the organization and report to the government. And if the operation has the violation, they cannot pass the SPLK system. SPLK system is a good innovation of our government. After a Bali conference in I think 2007 to against the deforestation and illegal logging. SPLK system launched, and then this is the strong and good system. But the strong and good system, we found that the loophole. What is a loophole is independences of auditor body. Why? Because the auditor body can get paid by timber companies. So we can see and we can imagine that if I pay somebody to audit me, so I can drive the result, right? So that is the problem. When we ask to the government why the government cannot close the loophole, the answer is this is the very expensive. Our budget public cannot cover up the cost to pay auditor body. And the second one is audit transparency. The audit come to the concession, but we don't know how they do about the audit. So that is the cost and governance is the big problem in Indonesia. On the environment issue, I mean, and how the forest management, how we manage the forest product and so on to related the sustainability management. SPLK is the good system to provide the sustainability management on the forest, but they still have a loophole, and I think that is the main problem on our forest management. Next, yeah, on the corruption issue and or environment issue, the media, especially in Tempo, should be or always focus on to mapping the actor. Because why? Because maybe you familiar to the term is the state capture corruption.
Yeah.
Corruption by the regulation. So that's like the Papua example. And why journalism should map the actor? Because that is related to the political system. It's very expensive, the political system in Indonesia. So the political actors should be engaged to our richest people, and we call it now is the oligarchy. That is our finding on the all environment issue coverage in the last 5 years. You can see that how we know that the very expensive political system. This is the research by Mr. Pramono Anung Wibowo. Now he is the cabinet secretary on the Jokowi administration. In 2013, Mr. Pramono Anung depends on his dissertation on the Pajajaran University. That he found that the member parliament candidate spent $200,000 for campaign. If we compare to 1.3 million, but the earning as a member parliament only 200,000. That is lack of money of our political actor. So that's why the political actor should be close to our religious people. And if you see the member of parliament is if no artist, the popular people should be businessmen and should be activists and should be apa jagoan itu, pokoknya yang punya masa, get so many followers. Okay, next. And the second projects last year we focus on to deforestation by food estate project, drive by Ministry of Environment in the beside room. Ministry Agriculture and Agrinas. Agrinas is the state company run by Ministry of Defense by Mr. Prabowo. And
3 menit lagi Pak
Okay,
Bagja.
Pak. That's I mentioned that before that we should map the actors because the food estate projects in Kalimantan and Sumatra and Kalimantan, Central Kalimantan and West Kalimantan, it is the make a big picture that the how the political actor collaboration to destroy our forest by the food estate project. If we see that election, Mr. Prabowo for the second term, that's again Mr. Jokowi and Mr. Prabowo again lose the battle, and Mr. Jokowi asked to him to as a minister of defense, and after that on the October 2019 and January 2020, Mr. Prabowo established the Agrinas state company. For Agrinas, agricultural national, agriculture national, for drive the food estate project in Kalimantan. And in April 2020, Mr. Jokowi launched the project, and Ministry of Environment launched the regulation on food estate only for state body or state organizational body, not for private. But Mr. Prabowo established the PT Agrinas as a state companies to drive food estate project in Kalimantan. They cut the forest 30,000 hectare in Gunung Mas, and that is not planning because the regulation launched November 2020 and February 2021 that they get the quick environment assessment, apa KLH cepat itu Pak. So there is no audit, no planning, and after and they plan the cassava, and the cassava is tidak hidup, gagal, fail to grow, and the forest destroy on the Gunung Mas. The impact is great flooding to impact for village in near the project. So that's we launched the October for cover story in English and Indonesian version. And the food asset project, this is food asset is important, and we need the food asset project, but not extensification. Maybe this is IPB University can propose how the food asset project to feed the growing population, not destroy the forest. And our planning, the government planning, the food asset will help on 4 area: Sumatera, Kalimantan, Nusa Tenggara Timur, and Papua, with need land 2.3 million hectare and mostly forest. So that is the threat of deforestation. Back to the our proposal to UN on the NDC. Why, if we want to decrease the emission carbon to keep and protect the forest, why the plant deforestation and why the regulation threat to our forest? Next. Yeah, this is the satellite imagery of food asset project in Kalimantan. You can see that the cassava is not growing, and the secondary forest is destroyed. Next. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Bagja. Unfortunately, IPB University is not involved in food estate. Okay, the third speakers, I think we already met 2 days ago in our campus, Ibu Ibu Sarah. Time is here.
Thank you very much. Hopefully I'll be able to draw on the two very interesting presentations. I'm going to talk about the role of communication in building resilience to climate in marginalized communities. So, next slide, please. Communication itself is a driver of rural change. And this can be, there's a role for, by communication, we can think very broadly. We can think media actors, because there is a substantial role. This is, my colleague's talk is a very good example of what that role can be. But then also, services that are provided, communication services that are provided to rural communities and to individuals. And one way of thinking about these are rural communication services, so a range of different kinds of activities that are focused on farmers and different kinds of institutional arrangements that allow farmers and communities to make more informed decisions and to take collective action. And by institutional arrangements, we are talking about relationships between, it could be extension, it can be media, it can be community-based media, all the way to national media. It can be individual journalists, as well as community practitioners. And the purpose of rural communication services is to focus on relevant content, suitable communication processes, suitable media, and ICT applications. Not all media and all ICTs are equal, so we need to think about what are the right ones for the right context. Next slide, please. But when we're wanting to think about this, we need to take a few things into consideration when you're looking at groups that are marginalized. We have, on the one hand, opportunities like the expansion of telecommunications in rural areas. It has grown enormously over time. There has been an expansion of infrastructure, so people are better able to get internet access. They're able to get better access on their mobile phones to greater services. Individual people are also better able to use ICTs. Things like there's a greater diversity of language. 10 years ago, everything was in English, but most of the world doesn't speak English. So that prevents people from effectively using ICTs. It's also possible to use mobile smartphones without being literate. There's more accessibility there. However, there are still huge inequalities in terms of who can access and control communication. So who gets to make the media? Who makes the content? who controls it, and who gets to use it. There are social and geographic inequalities. So for instance, mountain ranges can pose substantial problems. If you don't have the right telecommunication infrastructure, you won't be able to get a mobile signal if you're at the top of a mountain. When we have very different geographies, that can make a huge difference to who is able to access what. There are rural and urban digital divides. Urban areas have far better access. We don't always think about rural dwellers and rural communities as needing ICTs. We need media diversity in channels and uses of media, and it has diversified. Social media has changed the way we think about media. We have citizen journalism. We have participatory journalism. YouTubers can have a voice. People can create their own voices with different media channels. But there is still a need for traditional media channels, for television and radio and newspapers. And there is a tension where you have the need for strong, transparent, independent journalism and people creating their own content. The idea of fake news and misinformation is how we are able to deal with it now has changed. And finally, we need to also understand that the process of communication can be even more important than the outputs. So these are issues we need to think about. Next slide, please. And these are particularly when dealing with marginalized groups. One way of thinking about this is rural communication services. So you don't need to worry about the details of the framework. It's more to say we can think about a series of approaches and principles that come together with the goal of enhancing the capacity for collective action and informed decision-making by rural people. This is an area where communication has a lot to contribute. Next slide, please. And for that to happen, we need several conditions. We need awareness raising and information. So we need to be able to get the right content to the people at the right time. We need knowledge sharing and training. So people need empowerment. They need the right communication capacity. They need appropriate channels. We need advocacy. So there are people-centered policies, and it is context-driven, not one-size-fits-all. And we need networking and social mobilization, so inclusivity. Otherwise, we are going to overlook and not include voices who are marginalized and who are otherwise being left out of important conversations. Next slide. So what does this look like in a case? So I'm going to tell you a bit about the case of the communication and climate change in Aurora province in the Philippines. This comes from a project that I've been working on for a few years with colleagues at Ascot in the Philippines and the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. So next slide. So one thing to remember, so in the Philippines, I mean, as Indonesia experiences disaster, weather and climate-related disasters regularly, the Philippines particularly gets badly hit by typhoons. And Aurora province is considered a typhoon alley. It will get hit the first and the most frequently by very strong typhoons, and it is particularly vulnerable to extreme weather events. Indigenous communities rely on fishing and farming and have some of the poorest land ownership and resilience conditions, so these typhoons have a fairly substantial effect on their livelihoods. We also know that within the Philippines, it's extraordinarily diverse between indigenous groups as well, so different groups of people experience social inequalities differently, particularly gender and age feel the impact of these extreme weather events differently. Next slide. There are a large number of indigenous communities, and the thing to note is partially 110 ethnic and linguistic groups are all considered indigenous people and are governed by the same sets of policies, and it's also a young group. 41% of the indigenous people's population in the Philippines is under the age of 14, and then 56% are 15 to 64. If we put this in the context of a rural change, young people are leaving agriculture at a high rate in the Philippines. So the agricultural population is largely people who are over 64. And in areas where there are many indigenous peoples, which are watersheds, upland, and mountain ranges, this means you're going up steep mountains into very challenging geography in order to have a livelihood. And fishing and farming sectors have the highest poverty rates. That's also the sectors where most indigenous people are seeking a living and a livelihood. Next slide. So the snapshot of indigenous peoples is very insecure land ownership. There are land rights legislation, but many communities have not been able to take advantage of it. High levels of food insecurity in some communities, low literacy, poor access to education, partially because schools are far away from many communities. So there isn't a transportation system that can take children to school on a bus, or even that there is a school within a 2-hour drive. Economic activities are increasingly being threatened, particularly because of deforestation. A lot of the communities that we were visiting relied on forest products, and they had legal rights to the forest, particularly things like rattan, but those rights had been eroded. There had been contracts that had been from multinational companies that stole land rights or swindled them a bit because they didn't know what their legal rights were as well as they should have or needed to. So the forest and the forest resources are diminishing, and nationally there's extreme inequalities, a lot of social marginalization, exploitation, and worsening conditions for indigenous people. Next slide. So these are some of the specific issues that the communities, we were looking at 5 communities, 4 of which were heavily reliant on fishing. One was a mixture of some fishing but also agriculture. So we can see the things that we have been talked about already, trees and forest resources, aquatic resources being diminished, being either cut down. There was a lot of trawling and illegal logging and illegal fishing. Even legal fishing and legal logging and forest use was also was problematic. Aging population and a lot of people leaving agriculture. Next slide. So the groups in question, in order to understand how communication can help, we need to understand how their groups are being marginalized. So in this case, there's social marginalization, so there's a tension because there's a lot of people who believe that indigenous people are just stubborn and refuse to change and adapt. There's a tension because, in fact, there are a lot of traditional livelihoods and traditional belief structures that will support resilience and actually support using land more lightly. So a lack of understanding of indigenous communities and their beliefs has led to stereotypes and social inequalities. There are different stories. Different groups have different stories about land access and control. So there are official stories, and there's an tension between government and between what the communities want. And this is widespread. We've been interviewing one of the chiefs who was very articulate in knowing these are my rights and responsibilities as a Philippine citizen. These are the government's rights and responsibilities. I want a space where I can maintain my rights as a citizen, but I have responsibilities. It was a very clear understanding of what she should have been getting and what she was supposed to be doing as a citizen. But when I was talking to people in other parts of the Philippines, a couple of people said, well, Indigenous people just want all the things they can get, which is exactly in contrast to what actually had been expressed. So there is a lot of tension. And the livelihoods, there's exploitation by middlemen when people are trying to sell their goods in market, lack of access to value chains. So there's a physical marginalization, there's social marginalization, there's official stories, and then what's going on in communities, and is different levels of support locally. So one mayor had found land for a group of Indigenous people, and others were letting them be exploited. So there's different services. It's not the same between different groups at all. In one community right next to another can have very different services and outcomes. So that's why there's different policies between barangays and different geographies. Next slide. And there's also a lot of resilience built into community belief structures and how people and also in communication patterns and leadership patterns. Communities with strong social networks are coming together and taking care of one another, but they also need support in order to do that. There are also belief structures about why communities should have enough but not too much. That is, it is a cultural belief, and these things support environmental resilience. So, how does that help us with communication? Next slide. If we want communication to help effectively from the perspective of empowering and supporting marginalized communities, we need to find the points where communication can have a positive impact. So in this case, we start with preserving and protecting cultural identity. Communication can have a powerful role. It can have a powerful role in education. We know that education spreads within communities. When young people have access to information, it spreads. Within one of the communities, 2 of the children had gone to college, and everything they learned had been shared with everybody else in the community. So they found out new agricultural practices, and we found examples of that all over. Sorry, I'm taking a long time. If we go to the last slide, to summarize, we can build communication strategies when we build on our understanding of how marginalization takes place, what are the dynamics, and look at where are there opportunities to support empowerment, to support the development of people's voices and livelihoods, and to build on community assets. So out of the project we were working on, we came up with a communication strategy, and it was built on stewardship beliefs, cultural beliefs, technologies that could be used and adapted by the community, building individual capacities, and using education and reinforcing strong community networks. Thank you.
Terima kasih, Ibu Sarah. Okay, from 3 speakers, I think all of us learn a lot. We see how these 3 presentation is connected each other. We see how all of us are marginalized, I think, because of the deforestation, because this is really have a big contribution to the climate crisis. So all of us are marginalized because of this. And communication play a very important role. As a journalist, as a scientist, as a researcher, should work together, build a network and collaboration. Not to overcome, but to at least to make people aware about these issues. I don't want to make this longer. We still have time to discuss. I know that around 60 people are in Zoom, so they also can contribute to the discussion. And of course, all of us in this room can contribute in question and answer session. So please, if you have any comment, question, clarification, please raise your hand and let me see you. So you will be seen. Sige. Okay, I saw one hand over there, and then who else? I cannot see the screen, but if you have, just raise your hand in the screen also, and the committee will tell me if anybody raise hand in the Zoom room. Okay, please, you, committee, please, microphone.
Where I want to ask a question specifically is to the presenter talking about the risk of deforestation. And I want to channel my question directly to the case of Indonesia. I still believe that Indonesia has its economy based on agriculture. And by 2022, Indonesia has a population of about 273 million, if I'm right. So trying to enforce against deforestation, I want to talk from agricultural perspective now. You're talking from the perspective of a journalist. Have you tried to make researches to find out how your population will suffer if you go against deforestation? Because I still believe that for you to produce enough for your population, you will deforest in order to produce. But when you are guiding against deforestation and you're not proposing other measures to produce for your population, how do you intend to achieve your purpose?
Jadi pertanyaannya itu apa? Balancing about deforestation and food production. Okay, any other comment or clarification? None? Okay, silakan Pak Bagja.
Okay. Thank you. This is the very interesting question because so many people ask to us why the tempo again so many regulation on the food estate, on the environment, on the forest conservation, and so on. The answer is we should balancing the how we treat to our forest and protect them, because this is the development. Indonesia is still developed countries, so we need to grow in the economic, but in Indonesian case, on the development should be related to state capture corruption.
Okay.
Corruption by the regulation. So that is not equal to our all player on the development. For example, in the Papua, on the deforestation by plant deforestation by regulation, deforestation by the law, because the company gets the license to cut the trees, because the violation on the operation, the companies treat indigenous people in there. In Papua, all the land is traditional forest, right? So if you cut the trees on their concession, it is the overlapping with the traditional forest land. There is indigenous people live there. So if the forest companies have license to cut the trees, should be engaged with the indigenous people to get to operate together and engage them to get how to protect their forest and get benefit with the indigenous people. Now, what we found in the Papua, the companies only cut the trees and mengabaikan, Pak, and not care with the indigenous people. If outside the concession, we call it land grabbing. But because the inside the concession, there is regulated, legal. So when the companies go to the courts, should be indigenous people will lose. That is not equality, right? So if the question is how we balancing the protected forest and exploit the forest on the development program, should be balancing with the community, with the economy, and the ecology. Our regulation state that if you cut the forest, you should be plant the trees in the other area, right? That's why the government and our law has dana reboisasi, reforestation fund for the rehabilitation forest that destroy in Papua. We should rehabilitation on reforestation in Kalimantan and Sumatra and so on. But we don't know how the rehabilitation program. For example, last year, the deforestation numbers is 115,000 hectares. The deforestation annual. How many hectares for rehabilitation? Only 3,000 hectares. So that is mismatch. That is the problem. If we get so much money from the reforestation fund, our government should be rehabilitate the forest on Papua, on Kalimantan, and the Sumatra. So if you cut the trees and destroy the forest, we should we have pengganti, Pak?
Displacement.
Exchange the forest in the other area. So if we propose to UN on the COP, we want to decrease the carbon emission with the increasing the absorbing with the forest. We still cut the cut the forest, but we still absorb the emission that release from the destroyed forest.
Okay, thank you, Pak Bagja.
Semoga menjelaskan, Pak.
Yeah, I think it's clear. It's not only about forest and food, but the corruption is there. Okay, any other comment? Ibu Granti, please.
Hello, I would like to ask to Pak Bagja and also Carol, and I think what you shared about deforestation is very heartbreaking for the citizen in the Southeast Asia. So I was wondering if you also know whether a market-based solution such as like a carbon offsetting is happening in in the areas of the food estates, for example, like in Central Kalimantan and Sumatra, and probably also in Philippines, whether the indigenous peoples are being compensated by the corporates that are having operations there, whether they are having the payment for ecosystem schemes, for example, the PES, or we also have the Red Plus, for example. So yeah, if there are any market-based solution like the carbon offsetting is happening, because obviously regulation has its own role, but probably the market has also the role to help out the deforestation, to decrease the deforestation rate. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Granti. First, I will ask Ibu Carol Ilagan to answer the Ibu Granti. Please.
Hi everyone. Hi Granty. For the Philippines, actually, it hasn't really the carbon market hasn't really kind of reached the Philippines. I am familiar with one case in the southern part of the Philippines in Mindanao, but only involving one company and an indigenous group there. But that is the only case that I am aware of. So maybe unlike other countries, the Philippines is still lagging behind in terms of participating in the carbon offset, the carbon market. But I am quite aware that I know there are some negative reports also in terms of how this is being implemented. So I'd be curious to find out what happens specifically for the Philippines if it becomes more widespread in other areas across the country. Thank you.
Okay. Salamat po. Pak Bagja.
Okay. Thank you, Bu Granti, for question. That is interesting question because now we still struggling to develop the regulation on the carbon market and carbon trading. Last year, our president, Mr. Joko Widodo, launched the peraturan presiden, president regulation number 198. For the title is nilai ekonomi carbon, carbon economic value. Yeah. And now Ministry of Environment still struggling to develop the regulation to engage the carbon trading. And for my personal view, that carbon trading is the good way to balancing the how we protect the environment to get benefit and gain the economic value from them. From there, I mean, from the protecting the forest, protecting the sea, and so on. Mangrove, gambu, wetland, and peatland, and so on. Because if the carbon market increasing and the pricing is more than the wood or forest product, I think that is why not if we protect the forest, not cutting the trees, and just protect it, and we get the benefit from the forest. But this is the struggling because last 10 years, our government make MOU, Memorandum of Understanding with the Norway government on the Red Plus projects, but last years the government cut the MOU. We don't know and we don't have any information why what happened on the collaboration because the government cannot don't want to explain the how the break of collaboration. That is the good example, I think, how the government and G2G make a cooperation on the Red Plus projects and exchange with the pricing of the carbon trading. And now, if I'm not mistaken, that our government launched the multi-business forest multi-business on the forest. So the carbon trading is one of 14 kind of business on the concession. So HPH, timber companies, not only base the product to the wood, but can trade the carbon absorbing on their concession. That is interesting. After we launched the job creation law last 2 years, and then Ministry of Environment launched the multi-business forest on the concession. So that's they open the carbon trading accept on the land concession and the forest concession. That is interesting development. And yeah, if this is mulus okay for development program, I think this is the future of business on the forest in Indonesia.
Okay.
Because we still have the old forest, we still have 145 million hectares tropical forest, but more than 30 million hectares deforested, and we have so many conservation forests, protected forests, and we have peatland and mangrove as the highest store carbon. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but the truth is the treatment of the mangrove is still on the APL, area penggunaan lain itu. Outside the kawasan hutan, outside the
forest,
state forest. Yeah. And in the APL, because we are autonomy regulation, this is under
local government.
And with the local government should have the local law. Pendapatan. So that is the treat is we change the mangrove forest to the maybe pertambakan, jalan, and so on.
Yeah.
So if back again to the carbon trading, if carbon trading has a marketable for domestic market in Indonesia, I think this is interesting to avoid the government destroy the forest and just protect it and get benefit from them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bu Sarah, do you have any opinion about how to compensate the deforestation to the marginalized people?
Well, I think it has to be careful. So for instance, if you're trading mangrove for another type, mangrove is used by fishing communities. And so where communities are moved for environmental change purposes, that often doesn't work very well. So if you change an area so that you cannot have a livelihood there anymore, that tends to, and communities are displaced. Other examples from other parts of the world have told us that people will resist moving to a new place because there are strong cultural and historical roots with geography. Mangrove, I'm thinking about mangroves in particular because we have ecological systems that are going to be disrupted. So if we start making changes in a way that's just, yes, if you have a piece of land that can be reclaimed and repurposed with trees, whereas the land may not be suitable for other purposes, that's fantastic. And there are some research has already been done in Indonesia to show, okay, here we could actually reclaim this marginalized land, and that could become a really good opportunity, for instance, for trees and reforestation that could then lead to carbon trading. But some places we need to be careful, and it's in the regulation and cutting down on corruption, on legal logging and trading. because the ecosystems are systems, and you change part of one and you can destroy the whole thing. And you have to be extraordinarily careful, even turning lights on at the wrong time of day, affecting insect activity. Cutting down mangroves can then have a ripple effect across fish, across water nutrition, and then can affect a fishing system. So it's more, it has any kind of commodification of forests, and I'm not against that. There's some fascinating RED programs that have had tremendous benefit for people. Partially it's who are the people that are going to benefit, and I think you put it very well when talking about the trade-off. We have to think about economy, equality, and ecology. Equality often falls off the map. So, but those three have to be taken into consideration, because the ecological impacts could then make equality and negative inequalities worse. So it's about balancing it and trying to understand work, and this is where science and policy has to work together and communicate well and clearly, which isn't easy, because it is often two slightly different languages.
Okay, unfortunately, time is up. I hope all of us have choose something nice this morning, and I think it's not enough to chew about it in 75 minutes. The whole days we can use it. We can use that food and chew it, and I think all the three presenters have give us a very rich knowledge about not only deforestation is not far away in Kalimantan, but deforestation have its impact to us today in this room. That's the main point, I think. The food, the deforestation, the nickel, the Tesla and everything have its own impact to us. And we should aware about that, and we should overcome it by working together. The scientists, the journalists, the politicians, all should work together, hand in hand, collaborate and make. It's not only about economic, it's not about only culture, but the whole system of our life is affected by these things. I think this the only, what's that? It's not a conclusion, but what I have this morning, because I know that all of you have concluded by yourself what we talked this morning. Thank you, Bu Sarah. Thank you, Pak Bagja, and thank you, Ibu Carol. And
Thank you.
I think let us give big applause for all of us, because we have already a very fruitful discussion this morning. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Thank you very much for Dr. Juara Lubis as our moderator for today, and also thank you for Ms. Sarah, Mr. Bagja, and also Ms. Carol.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, for the moderator and presenters, you can join us downstairs, because
Because after this, we are going to give the moderator and also the presenters a placard. Yes, please.
And we would like to invite Ms. Granti Paramita from Pulitzer Center to give a certificate and placard for the moderator and presenter for this session.
The first one is for Dr. Juara Lubis as our moderator. The second one is for Miss Sarah as our presenter. The third one is for Mr. Bagja as our presenter. And for Miss Carol, the certificate and also the placard will be sent directly to you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now before we continue our agenda, let's take a picture together. So we would like to invite Professor Ari Ahdi Darmawan as the head of Department of Communication and Community Development to step on the stage together. Okay. Okay, count on 3, 1, 2, 3, cheers. Okay.
All right, once again, thank you so much for Dr. Juara Lubis as our moderator, and also thank you to all the speakers who presented very well about communication for development and social justice.
Okay, after we listen to an insightful discussion, we are going to have a 5 minutes break while watching an amazing performance from an IPB University student. So please welcome to the stage, Diana Svi Furoida.
Oh farmers, your fate is such an irony. Written by Dian Asfi Fureida. Oh farmers, your fate is such an irony. Do all you people know? A grain of rice that you eat. How hard does it take for it to be processed, starting from preparing the field seed and water? The farmers that you people often ignore. I'm sure there's no one here who wants to be a farmer. Am I right? But let us take a closer look. Farmers with their darkened and dry skin, stung by the sun most of their time. Let's look at their small figures. The penny that they plan to feed everyone else. Still, it's so ironic that many farmers are struggling to feed their own families. Yes, there's a fine line between an entrepreneurship or businessman and a farmer, like a king with his servants. So ironic, is it not? Have it ever crossed your mind? They remaining strong, of farmers. Your fate is such an irony. For the sake of the nation's food stability, yet another unsung heroes living in this nation, and it means you, dear farmers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Dian Asfi Furoida for your performance today. What an amazing performance, right, Arlen?
Amazing. Okay. Now we're going to have our second plenary session. That's gonna talk about community-based reforestation and social forests that will be presented by our inspiring speaker, Professor Kosuke Mizuno from Universitas Indonesia, Ms. Titik Kartitiani from Net Geo Indo, and Mr. Dana Kencana from IDN Times.
And in this session, the presentation and discussion will be guided by our moderator, Dr. Suryo Adi Wibowo.
Now please welcome to the stage our moderator and presenter for this plenary session. Profesor Kosuke Mizuno. Miss Titi Kartitiani.
All right, to Dr. Suryo Adiwibowo, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, students, professor, senior lecturer, also our student from UK. Hope you in a good health and mood this morning session. Today I will chair the session, which is, I think all of you, particularly in IPB, already knows Professor Mizuno, long-term colleague of IPB University, and the other presenter that would like to address their thinking, their observation, Mbak Titi Kartitiani, right? And also Mas Dana Kencana. Mas is a brothers in Japanese language. So, ladies and gentlemen, this event discusses the report and research about community-based restoration and communication for social justice through investigative report. I think this is a niche that quite interesting, linking social justice, investigative report, and environmental or forest restoration. So regarding forest, we already know, I think, that forest does not only consist of timber or tree stands and wildlife. Forest also a social construction where values, norms, politics, and culture co-evolve with nature. Then, furthermore, forest is also a politicized environment where deforestation, reforestation, wildlife conservation, as well as agrarian change struggle to secure their interests. So this morning, we have three prominent persons to address their thinking. The first, Professor Kosuke Mizuno. He will address about agrarian change and people's welfare, a comparative perspective between Sumatra and Java, Indonesia. The second, Ibu Titi Kartitiani from Rainforest Journalism Fund grantee, reforestation with local plants by Tengger tribe or Tengger community in Ranupani. And the last, Mas Dana Kencana from IDN Times Rainforest Journalism Fund grantee also, one word, mutualism. It's interesting. So I will ask each presenter to address 15 minutes, so we have time for discussion and debates. And I would like to invite Professor Mizuno to address your thinking and observation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Bogor. I'm so happy to present here because I can present in front of many my old friends at Bogor Agricultural University. Today, I want to talk about the agrarian change in Indonesia, comparative perspective from Java and Sumatra, and somewhat discuss on the forestation or deforestation and effect to restore the forest. Next. On the agrarian change, of course, we have a discussion on the agricultural evolution by the Clifford Geertz, and there are many critiques to them. And already we have known that there is agrarian transformation in rural Java that was proved by many researchers. But how about outer Indonesia or Sumatra or Kalimantan? That is a big question. And discussion of agricultural agrarian relation is always related to the capitalistic development of agriculture or landlordism or proletarialization. So those topics also I want to discuss today. Next. This is a result of research so far. We see that in Indonesia, many of farmers have small area of agricultural land, and but we find differentiation. Next, please. And this is a study of our respectful teacher, Professor Wiradi, and Padianto. This is a study on the smallholder farmer and landholding status. The owner operator is dominant. And the next. But we know that in Indonesia there are vast area of state forest, kawasan hutan. So discussion on the agrarian transformation somewhat concentrated to the area owned by local people or outside the kawasan hutan or state forest. On the other hand, there are vast state forests. So how do we integrate the state forest or issue of customary law and so on? Next, please. This is our research site. So today I show our research product. Research is conducted at the Central Java Chomar area, and the second area is Riau province. This is the product Chomar project, so-called, and Central Java, and yellow part is research village. Next, please. This study is relating to the research result conducted in 1903 to 05 by the Sugar Syndicate of Netherlands, India. And we have conducted research in 1998, and also we have conducted 2012. So we can find that landless people have found at the beginning of 20th century 31%. But the landless increased 1990 56%, and 2012 we find the data somewhat fantastic or surprising data. 85.9% of households are landless. But those landless people live usually in the non-agriculture sector, usually in the informal non-agriculture sector, as well as the agricultural laborer. And the land size, average land size, including the landless, was 0.72 at the beginning of 20th century, 1919 to 1990, 0.18, and 2012 only 0.06 hectare. So population increase, and many of people become the landless. On the other hand, landlord is not fine. Maybe people who have land 2 hectare more, but they accumulate 28%. That can be said that phenomena is agrarian differentiation. Next. On the other hand, how about the welfare of people, income level? So average income among the 1,000 household at the Chomar area was 18 million rupiah, or 18 juta rupiah one year. On the other hand, poverty line measured according to the Sayogyo concept was 2.9 juta or 2.9 million rupiah per person per year. So 18 million rupiah is somewhat more than the poverty line. We can say one person is 2.7, so one household is But we find that less than 5 million. There are strata that can be said poor, because we see only 2.8 million rupiah for a household. Next, please. Now this is for 1,000 households. We can say the same thing. Next, please. Next. This shows that other sector also have some similar income level, and many of people are engaged in the informal sector occupation. And next, please. This is next, please. Now at the area we find the phenomena of afforestation or forestation or reforestation. Now many of people plant the tree at their own private land, not the state forest. So the area of many people plant the tree around the slope of the mountain rather than cultivate the terrace agriculture. Next, please. Next, this is a location in Riau, the peatland area. Next, please. Now, this is our research site. Next, please. So, at Riau, situation is quite different. Household hold around 25 hectares more are found, and landless is quite small. Next, please. Now, income level is somewhat surprisingly similar to Java. Average is 29 million rupiah or 29 juta rupiah. On the other hand, in Java, as we have seen, 22 or 2018 or 22 million. So in Sumatra, 29 million rupiah. So far different. Here in Sumatra, we find many oil palm and rubber. So there is some dynamic development of agriculture. Somewhat on the other hand, the degradation of peatland are fine, and peatland fire appear. So those development accompanied with environmental degradation. But anyway, income level is increasing, and some people are still below the poverty line, and upper level people have the 54 million rupiah. On the other hand, in Java, 178 million rupiah per year. So differentiation far larger in Java than in Sumatra. That is our finding. Next, please. So what is capitalistic agriculture? Capitalistic agriculture is found at the oil palm company invest huge money in the oil palm. HTI, Acacia crush pulpa is planted for the paper and pulp industry. So from colonial time, government reserve vast area as a state land, state forest. That is directed to the private company. They invest and develop the capitalistic agriculture. We cannot find easily. It's not difficult to find the capitalist agriculture as the people's agriculture, but we find capitalist agriculture in this area, in that place. Next, this is the condition at the kawasan Utang in Sumatra at the Riau. Can we find dilarang membakar hutan, refrain from set fire at the forest. But where we can find the forest? This is the result of degradation of peatland. So peatland is exploited. Company invest huge money for the acacia plantation that trigger the peatland fire, and the people clear the land for their own land use, and the large scale peatland fire and peatland degradation take place. So we find that the deforestation serious deforestation at the peatland area. So government introduced the social forestry program. Social forestry program can be implemented at the area where we find the conflict, land agrarian conflict because the people make the settlement on the state forest, but the state forest is given to the company as the concession, HTI concession. So multiple land right are fine. People's customary law and the state forest and the company's HTI. So there is conflict. So at the conflict area, social forestry can be introduced, and the people are willing to implement the social forestry program. So we can see the quite next please. So we can see the quite different perspective between Java and outer Indonesia or Sumatra. In Java, people serious de-agrarialization, but non-agriculture sector, informal sector support the livelihood and their dynamism of local economy. On the other hand, and we find the forestation because increase of livelihood of people change the attitude of people. Rather than planting the cassava at the field, they plant the tree such as sengon. That is somewhat labor-saving planting. People plant and no work more. On the other hand, in outer Java, outer Indonesia, we find the dynamic development of oil palm, and also dynamic development oil palm by farmer, by smallholder, and the company. But that accompanies the serious deforestation and environmental degradation. But many efforts can be conducted now. One of them is social forestry program by the government for the disputed state forest area. Thank you very much.
Okay. Precisely 15 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ibu, Mbak, please.
Tes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih. Thank you, Pak Bowo, for the time. I will presenting about our reforestation with local plants by Tengger tribe in Ranupane village. But I presenting within bahasa Indonesia. Iya. Terima kasih sebelumnya. Di sini saya ingin menyampaikan hal-hal yang sedikit menggembirakan setelah tadi kita melihat presentasi di sesi pertama, terutama tadi dari Mas Bagja yang sepertinya tak ada harapan lagi gitu, Mas. Kebetulan yang akan saya presentasikan itu proyek RCF saya yang pertama. Yang kedua, 2 bulan lalu kami ke Papua dan ternyata yang di launching hari ini bahwa kerjasama peliputan antara jurnalis dengan saintis, pas proyek di Papua itu saya kebetulan melakukan. Saya jalan sama Mas Yuda, ini ada orangnya, dia peneliti anggrek. Pada saat di situ sebenarnya sebagai fotografer dan kameramen. Cuman ketika kami jalan bareng, saya berharap menemukan hal yang luput di saya gitu. Dan akhirnya di sana memang dalam kurang lebih 200 meter persegi hutan Papua, kita menemukan keragaman anggrek yang luar biasa. 200 meter persegi saja, Pak. Dalam sehari kita eksplor di situ dan menemukan keragaman, karena yang kita lihat anggrek dan beberapa new species yang sedang diidentifikasikan. Artinya ketika tadi presenting by Mas Bagja dengan penebangan hutan yang sekian ribu, itu bisa dibayangkan betapa kehilangan kita itu banyak sekali. Itu sih mungkin menjadi awareness dari Bapak Ibu yang hadir di sini dan juga di seluruh dunia tentang keberadaan hutan Papua. Nah, selanjutnya saya ingin mempresentasikan proyek RGF yang pertama. Ada dua hal yang menarik yang membuat saya liputan ke sana, yaitu di sini adalah masyarakat next. Pertama adalah masyarakat Tengger, itu indigenous people. Kemudian yang kedua, bagaimana sistem reforestasi itu menggunakan tanaman lokal dan tidak homogen. Jadi tanamannya beragam. Pertama, saya ingin menyampaikan bagaimana landscape lokasi liputannya di Taman Nasional Bromo Tengger Semeru. Itu terletak di Jawa Timur di 4 kabupaten. Luasnya kira-kira 50.000 hektar dan terletak zona ketinggian rehabilitasi itu di Desa Ranupane itu di atas 2.000 meter persegi, jadi 2.200 meter dari permukaan laut. Di sana tipe hutannya adalah submontana, montana dan subalpin. Jadi memang hutan di ketinggian. Next. Ancaman yang paling besar dari keberadaan hutan di Ranupane adalah pertama adalah kebakaran hutan. Dan ini banyak faktor. Yang pertama tentang di sana kan ada Gunung Merapi Semeru yang sangat aktif, yang kemarin juga meletus yang lumayan besar. Yang kedua adalah faktor manusia. Nah, ketika kami mendapatkan beberapa fakta tentang faktor manusia ini agak sulit untuk menulis. Karena kalau Mas Bagja bisa menulis karena yang dilawan adalah pemerintah, ketika saya menulis ini ada konflik dalam enklave di Desa Ranupane. Jadi misalnya saya menulis penyebabnya A, itu nanti akan kontraproduktif terhadap penghijauan itu sendiri gitu. Makanya akhirnya setelah tidak yakin ya kami keep data itu gitu. Jadi penyebab kebakaran hutan sesungguhnya tidak hanya faktor alam, tetapi banyak faktor manusia yang agak sulit untuk diungkap sebetulnya itu. Terus yang kedua illegal logging tetap. Yang ketiga adalah spesies invasif. Itu menjadi isu yang penting. Yang pertama, salah satunya yang menutup Danau Ranupane dengan Salvinia molesta, dan yang kedua ini dengan tumbuhan lain semacam ganggang yang beneran menghilangkan hutan, menghilangkan kawasan perairan di Danau Ranupane. Ini foto kebakaran hutan terbesar terjadi pada 2019, itu menghanguskan 131 hektar. Itu termasuk terluas yang selama 5 tahun terakhir. Next. Nah ini profil dari Desa Ranupane. Ranupane merupakan desa enclave yang terletak di dalam Taman Nasional. Luasnya adalah sekitar 8,3 km persegi, dihuni oleh 1.500-an jiwa. Suku Tengger terletak di ketinggian 2.200 meter persegi. Di sana adat masih sangat kuat mendominasi dalam kehidupan sehari-hari. Ini salah satu beberapa upacara termasuk ojung yang perkelahian sampai mengeluarkan darah itu setiap tahun masih dilaksanakan di Desa Ranupane. Lanjut. Nah, ini yang akan saya sampaikan yaitu tentang restorasi ekosistem yang dilakukan oleh sekelompok orang di Tengger yang sampai sekarang masih dilakukan secara swadaya. Jadi prinsipnya ada 3 hal, yaitu yang pertama membangun community base. Jadi masyarakatnya dulu yang dalam tanda petik disadarkan untuk penghijauan. Yang kedua adalah menggunakan tanaman lokal dari spesies yang ada, jadi mengumpulkan benih dari hutan di sekitar, baru kemudian ditanam. Dan tantangan yang ketiga adalah karena terletak di ketinggian 2000, itu frost atau embun beku yang kerap menghancurkan tanaman yang ditanam. Itu next. Ini hal yang menarik ketika masyarakat Tengger itu dengan sendirinya menanam dengan kesadaran sendiri. Nah, ternyata prosesnya tidak instan. Yang pertama memang ada seorang istilahnya inisiator yang masuk dengan NGO pada saat itu, yaitu dengan programnya JICA. Pertama memang membayar 90 orang untuk menanam, proyeknya sekitar 1.156 hektar dari sekitar 2.000 hektar yang harus direcovery di kawasan TNBTS. Nah, kemudian dari program ini tahun 2010 dimulai, kemudian dilanjutkan 2015 dan berhenti 2020. Nah, yang menarik adalah setelah tahun 2020 itu masyarakat tetap berinisiatif menanami sendiri. Nah, kesadaran ini yang saya highlight bahwa masih ada harapan selain penggundulan hutan yang dilakukan oleh the corrupt government ya, pemerintah yang korup. Apa yang menjadi kunci dari ini semua? Ternyata next ini. Jadi komunikasi. Ada satu tokoh di sana namanya Mas Andi Yulkarnain. Dia sebetulnya koordinator JICA, tetapi setelah dia masuk ke Ranupane dan tidak keluar lagi karena dia jatuh cinta dengan tempat itu, meskipun proyeknya selesai, dia tetap tinggal bersama masyarakat Ranupane dengan segala konflik yang ada di dalamnya. Karena melihat masyarakat lokal indigenous people itu tidak polos gitu ya, selalu ada kepentingan yang kita sebenarnya pusing sendiri melihat itu semua. Nah, komunikasi yang paling aktif ternyata bukan di forum resmi tetapi di dapur. Jadi inilah dapur Ranupane yang menjadi sarana komunikasi pendekatan ke masyarakat untuk menyadarkan tentang pentingnya hutan. Itu jadi dilakukan di dapur. Next. Ini konsep dari tadi ekosistem restorasi ekosistem yang ada di Ranupane yaitu yang pertama adalah tadi memilih tanaman pionir, kemudian baru nanti tumbuh tanaman subklimak yaitu untuk suksesi yang selanjutnya akan menjadi tanaman klimak yaitu tanaman berkayu. Yang pertama dipilih adalah tanaman yang cepat tumbuh, cepat mengcover permukaan tanah yang gundul sehingga nanti akan menciptakan iklim mikro sehingga memberi peluang kepada tanaman berkayu untuk tumbuh dengan sendirinya. Jadi konsepnya seperti itu. Selama ini sebelumnya penanaman dilakukan dengan satu tanaman yaitu cemara karena berpikir bahwa di sana di ketinggian sekian itu yang hidup cemara saja padahal enggak gitu. Nah, tantangannya di sini ternyata pada saat tahun 2010 program dimulai butuh 2 tahun untuk mendata ragam tanaman itu dan bagaimana mengkecambahkan. Indonesia ternyata tidak punya data pohon rimba. Bagaimana membudidayakan pohon rimba itu tidak ada data. Mungkin ini tantangan bagi para peneliti untuk mendata bagaimana mengembangbiakan pohon rimba. Next. Seperti ini, setelah pohon rimba itu tumbuh bagus, ternyata ada tantangannya yaitu membeku. Nah ini bagaimana cara mengatasinya? Ada Fans tenis di Flora of Jawa kan pernah dengan disungkup ternyata tidak efektif dan ternyata yang paling efektif justru seperti masyarakat lokal menanam kentang yaitu ketika embun beku menyerang tanaman pagi-pagi sudah disirami dan itu nanti akhirnya jadi bagus, jadi tidak mati. Next. Ini stepnya yaitu pertama adalah masyarakat lokal diajak untuk mengenali jenis-jenis pohon yang ada di hutan dan kemudian mengumpulkan benihnya. Ini salah satu yang sukses yaitu Dodonia viscosa atau nama lokalnya kesek itu menjadi tumbuhan pionir yang cepat tumbuh dan cepat dibiakkan. Next. Nah ini yang tadi saya sebut bahwa belum ada data bagaimana mengecambahkan aneka jenis pohon rimba. Jadi dari sekitar 30 yang terdata, 30 spesies yang terdata, hanya 11 yang berhasil dibiakkan dan tumbuh lainnya tidak tahu cara membiakannya bagaimana gitu dan itu tidak efektif. Itu lanjut. Nah ini hasil dari pendataan 11 jenis pohon rimba tadi yang sukses ditanam, sukses berkecambah dan bisa tumbuh dengan bagus. Jadi di TNBTS pada saat proyek ini diinventarisasi ada 39 jenis pohon, kemudian 21 diantaranya berhasil dikecambahkan. Jadi sisanya tidak berhasil dikecambahkan karena mungkin ya tidak tahu caranya, sudah dibakar, kemudian disangrai, dipendam dengan berbagai posisi pun tidak tumbuh. Ada yang seperti itu. Nah ada 11 jenis ini yang kemudian bisa tumbuh dan menjadi tanaman untuk suksesi atau reforestasi. Next. Ini setelah program itu selesai, ternyata masyarakat kemudian punya inisiatif untuk menanam sendiri. Ada sekitar mungkin tidak banyak, hanya 5 orang yang masih setiap minggu menanam, dan itu biasanya dilakukan pada musim hujan. Mereka kemudian mengajak anak-anak pondok pesantren, kemudian anak sekolah untuk membantu menanam. Dan tanamannya ini berasal dari pembibitan masyarakat sendiri yang kemudian dijual dan dibeli oleh TN. Jadi itu mendatangkan income yang menarik. Lanjut. Nah, ada hal yang perlu di-highlight tentang kebijakan pusat yang menyebabkan dampak di Ranupane. Foto yang Bapak Ibu lihat di sini adalah efek dari para pendaki. Sampah yang dihasilkan para pendaki di Semeru itu minimal 500 pendaki per hari. Kalau kita hitung satu orang membawa satu botol aqua, bukan aqua, air mineral, itu artinya 500 botol minimal itu terkumpul di Ranupane, dan Ranupane itu enclave. Jadi dia salurannya nggak ada kemana. Sementara untuk membangun TPA di dalam Taman Nasional tidak memungkinkan. Jadi konfliknya di situ. Nah kemudian Bromo termasuk dalam 10 destinasi prioritas, artinya akan menambah kunjungan yang lebih banyak lagi, akan menambah tekanan terhadap ekosistem yang ada di sana. Ini menjadi istilahnya observasi lagi bagi pemerintah pusat ketika menerapkan aturan ke daerah, apakah itu fit dengan kondisi yang ada di masing-masing lokasi. Yang kedua adalah kasusnya adalah perhutanan sosial. Jadi itu justru memberi sarana untuk membuka hutan. Next. Lanjut. Nah, ada sistem lagi yaitu wisata minat khusus yang ini dilakukan di TNBTS di sisi selatan. Bagaimana mereka mengundang wisatawan tapi hanya terbatas, yaitu untuk pengamatan anggrek dan burung. Ini ada di sisi selatan, kalau di Ranupane adalah sisi barat dari Semeru. Next. Kurang lebih ini, jadi keragaman anggrek Indonesia yang ada di Ranudarungan atau sisi selatan, ya ini di Kabupaten Lumajang, ini yang menjadi daya tarik wisatawan. Jadi dalam sehari dia hanya menerima maksimal 5 orang untuk berwisata di sana. Dan ini cara TNBTS untuk memecah yang tadi tidak hanya ke Bromo dan Semeru, tetapi ada tujuan wisata lain loh yang ada di sini. Kurang lebih begitu. Lanjut. Nah, sama seperti di Ranupane tadi ada Andi, di sini ada salah satu staf TNBTS yang memang sangat mencintai anggrek. Namanya Pak Tony Artaka. Beliaulah yang kemudian mengedukasi yang dulu para hunter, kemudian menjadi kader konservasi. Mereka punya kesadaran dan akhirnya menjadi guide dan menjadikan lokasi Ranudarungan sebagai tujuan wisata. Penghasilannya yang tadinya menjual anggrek dari mengambil Taman Nasional, sekarang mendapat penghasilan dari guide. Jadi ekonominya lebih legalnya di sana, bukan lagi mengambil anggrek. Next. Saya rasa itu. Next. Ini aktivitas yang sebelumnya yang next. Nah, ini mungkin bisa menjadi highlight bagi para peneliti yang mau masuk ke sana. Ada beberapa hal yang bisa kita ajukan untuk proyek ini. Yang pertama adalah mungkin data pohon rimba. Yang kedua adalah impact dari kemitraan konservasi atau perhutanan sosial di wilayah konservasi itu sejauh mana impact-nya. Kemudian yang ketiga adalah impact terhadap tujuan 10 destinasi minat khusus. Itu yang keempat adalah eksplorasi spesies. Itu sih dari saya. Terima kasih. Waktu saya kembalikan ke Pak Bogor.
Interesting. So, Ibu Titi present the other way round compared to previous presentation. When in Papua, heavily degraded, but then in the Bromo Tengger is the name, Bromo Tengger National Park, a new hope arise because the local people then knows about the importance and the value of the so-called reforestation or afforestation, and then not only planting the trees, but also income opportunity rise. So this is, I think, a new findings that particularly happen in the nature conservation park. Yeah? So this is a lot of some summaries for Ibu Titi. And gentlemen, in the left of me will present about the Mas Dana will present about mutualism. Please, Pak Mas Dana.
Thank you, Prof. For the time, I will speak in Bahasa and present my presentation in Bahasa. Ya, kali ini saya akan mempresentasikan mengenai liputan saya, proyek yang dibiayai oleh Policy Center melalui program Rainforest Journalism Fund tentang mutualisme. Next. Saya mengambil tempat lokasi di hutan Petung Kriono, yaitu hutan hujan tropis yang ada di Pekalongan di Jawa Tengah, jaraknya sekitar 34-35 kiloan dari kota Kajen. Dari kota Kajen adalah ibu kota Kabupaten Pekalongan. Hutan tersebut masih satu bentang dengan kawasan pegunungan Dieng dan memang tipikal hutan dataran rendah, lowland, dengan ketinggian sekitar 500 sampai 1.700-an mdpl. Karena tipikal hutan lowland, pastinya akan mempunyai banyak keanekaragaman hayati di dalamnya, baik itu flora maupun fauna. Termasuk dari catatan saya adalah ada dua fauna endemik yang ternyata statusnya terancam punah berdasarkan laporan IUCN, yaitu owa Jawa dan burung raja udang atau kingfisher. Next. Ya, karena tingkat keanekaragaman hayatinya yang cukup tinggi, maka tingkat keterancamannya juga cukup tinggi. Mengapa? Karena hutan hujan tropis Petung Kriono ini berada di kawasan luar konservasi, tidak masuk kawasan konservasi, berbeda dengan kawasan taman nasional atau kawasan suaka alam yang memang dilindungi undang-undang, dilindungi oleh pemerintah. Kemudian, karena hutan ini milik PT Perhutani, milik BUMN, sebagian besar aktivitas yang ada di hutan adalah berbasiskan bisnis, berbasiskan profit, sehingga pengawasan di hutan tersebut tidak ketat. Maka perlu untuk pengawasan hutan tersebut agar tetap lestari, agar tetap terjaga dengan melibatkan masyarakat, dengan melibatkan masyarakat yang tinggal di hutan, masyarakat di desa setempat. Nextnya, ya, karena faktor ekonomi mendominasi, sebelumnya ada aksi-aksi deforestasi, aksi penebangan, aksi perburuan satwa di hutan Petung Kriono juga terjadi, dan mungkin sampai saat ini masih terjadi, hanya intensitasnya sudah berkurang. Mereka melakukan itu karena desakan ekonomi, karena uang, karena penghasilan, karena pemasukan, maka perlu substitusi kegiatan, perlu substitusi penghasilan, substitusi pemasukan kepada mereka. Dari yang mereka hanya berpikiran eksploitatif menjadi ke konservatif dengan memanfaatkan produk hutan yang ada di hutan Petung Kriono. Next. Ya, salah satunya adalah dengan pemanfaatan produk hutan berupa kopi. Kopi sebenarnya di hutan Petung Kriono sudah ada sejak lama, hanya saja tidak termaksimalkan atau termanfaatkan secara baik potensi kopi di hutan tersebut. Produknya hanya ala kadarnya dan masyarakat memang belum mengetahui potensinya. Melalui pendampingan NGO lokal, Suara Owa yang memang concern juga terhadap konservasi satwa owa Jawa dan juga hutan tersebut, mereka diberikan pengetahuan, mereka diberikan bimbingan, mereka diberikan bagaimana cara pendekatan dengan melakukan pendekatan kopi, cara sortasinya, pemilihannya, kemudian cara sangrai, roasting dan lainnya, termasuk pemasarannya hingga sampai ke Singapura dan Amerika. Sebab kopi ini cukup spesial karena memang tumbuh di bawah tegangan dengan konsep set grown coffee, jadi sangat organik juga, dan masyarakat juga sudah mengetahui bahwa untuk panennya mereka juga tidak sporadis, dan masif. Ketika ada buah ya mereka panen, kalau nggak ada ya mereka tidak akan memanennya. Lalu pemanfaatan produk hutan lain yaitu nira menjadi gula aren atau gula semut atau banyak di pasaran brown sugar, beda dengan gula merah. Kalau gula merah kan dari kelapa. Pengelolaannya juga organik, warga setempat juga mengolahnya juga menggunakan bahan-bahan non kimiawi, karena mereka pun untuk pengeringannya juga memanfaatkan sinar matahari atau cahaya matahari yang ada di hutan Petung Kriono. Next lagi. Nah, aksi deforestasi di hutan tersebut sebelumnya juga tidak secara spesifik menebang dan memburu, namun juga cara pemanenan yang tidak pas itu juga merusak pohon. Salah satunya adalah pemanenan madu yang banyak dilakukan masyarakat sekitar dengan merusak sarang. Ketika mengambil madu, merusak sarang mereka, merusak koloni mereka, hanya tinggal diambil madunya. Mereka kini sudah membudidayakan budidaya lebah tanpa sengat dengan meliponikultur, dan karena tanpa sengat dan mudah untuk dipraktekkan di rumah, maka ibu-ibu rumah tangga kemudian anak muda juga ikut membudidayakannya. Next. Ya. Aksi reforestasi mereka cukup berdampak terhadap jasa lingkungan atau ekosistem services di hutan Petung Kriono, karena memberikan manfaat baik itu fisik maupun non fisik. Kalau fisiknya berupa nilai jual dari produk hutan tadi, kemudian non fisiknya adalah ekologi seperti terjaganya keanekaragaman hayati sehingga menjadi sistem penyangga kehidupan bagi mereka, dan juga tidak hanya di dalam hutan maupun juga di luar hutan. Di satu sisi adalah pemanfaatan jasa lingkungan mereka adalah dengan debit air dimanfaatkan sebagai sumber listrik untuk melistriki desa mereka. Listrik tersebut listrik yang ramah satwa dan ramah lingkungan. Kenapa? Karena mereka pun men-setting pembangkit listrik mikrohidro itu dengan menggunakan kabelnya dengan yang sudah berisolasi. Ketika ada satwa yang melintas atau beraktivitas melintasi kabel tersebut juga tidak akan membahayakan. Dan juga karena sumbernya adalah sumber air, sehingga mereka lebih bisa menjaga hutan, karena kalau mereka tidak menjaga hutan, pasti pasokan listrik juga akan terganggu seperti itu. Lalu manfaat dengan pemanfaatan listrik tersebut, warga bisa mandiri secara ekonomi, dan keteraksesan informasi juga masuk ke mereka, dan secara tidak langsung itu juga mengurangi tingkat kemiskinan. Mereka warga desa yang sebelumnya migran untuk bekerja ke kota, ke daerah lain, mereka sudah bisa memanfaatkan peluang usaha di desa tersebut. Next-nya. Ya, reforestasi harus dilakukan secara berkelanjutan. Kalau dari dalam sudah mereka lakukan, kemudian kalau dari luar juga perlu mendapatkan dukungan juga, perlu mendapatkan pengetahuan. Bagaimana informasi-informasi itu saya sajikan dengan menyasar audiens kalangan anak muda. Ya, produk liputan saya di IDN Times juga ditujukan untuk mereka, milenial dan generasi Z, karena perlu meletakkan fondasi pengetahuan mengenai reforestasi dan juga konservasi. Betapa pentingnya menjaga hutan hujan tropis kepada mereka. Nah, kisah-kisah tadi memang perlu milenial diajak untuk dirangkul, memahami dengan bahasa yang sederhana, dengan platform atau style circle mereka, dengan kebiasaan-kebiasaan mereka. Kalau mereka biasanya suka dengan foto, maka dalam liputan ini juga saya tidak hanya membuat foto, tidak hanya membuat tulisan, tapi juga membuat podcast, terus kemudian distribusi produk liputannya juga bermacam-macam melalui media sosial yang memang dekat dengan mereka. Next. Ya, ini adalah statistik internal kami bahwa memang produk liputan atau untuk liputan reforestasi memang berkelanjutan, salah satunya juga untuk menanamkan informasi success story-nya kepada anak-anak muda bahwa platform yang kami gunakan cukup beragam, tapi video memang menjadi kesukaan atau favorit mereka para milenial dan Gen Z, dan memang cukup berhasil meletakkan informasi atau fondasi soal konservasi, soal reforestasi terhadap kalangan anak muda. Saya akan berikan salah satu cuplikan video dari liputan saya.
Sebenarnya apa yang menyebabkan mereka nebang, apa yang menyebabkan mereka berburu, ini apa sebenarnya masalah kan? Nah, setelah itu ada benang merah bahwa ada masalah ekonomi juga yang sebenarnya mendasari atau jadi masalah utama di sana. Kalau kita mau ngajak orang lain supaya peduli, ya kita harus peduli terlebih dahulu gitu. Kopi, hutan, owa itu ya harus kita ya piyelah carane ngergani supaya mempunyai nilai yang lebih gitu, karena itu dari sekitar kita sebenarnya.
Wawan itu punya ide sendiri, dan salah satunya kita angkat ekonomi Petung Riono, salah satunya adalah kopi yang dari dulu itu ada di hutan sawo kembang tapi tidak bisa dimanfaatkan. Ya bisa dimanfaatkan tapi hasilnya itu lebih rendah. Awal-awal sih kaget juga Mas, karena biasa nangkep burung, hasilnya sehari sekian, terus berhenti, terus paling pendapatan seperti penjualan kopi itu belum seberapa lah. Tapi saya nikmati, saya rasain itu sebenarnya lebih enak penjualan kopi. Saya ambil keputusan yo, pelan-pelan kita beralih pekerjaan, ngolah kopi, dan alhamdulillah yo sudah ada perubahan Mas. Kalau saya sendiri yang menjual itu, kalau kirim-kirim di wilayah Indonesia sendiri, itu sampai ke Jawa Timur, ke Jakarta, itu udah biasa Mas. Kalau di luar itu malah Singapura Mas.
We at Wildlife Reserve Singapore support and promote the use of sustainably produced products. We've been serving OVA coffee in our parks since 2017, and our visitors really appreciate the robust flavors of this coffee. We've also taken the coffee outside of our parks to the wider audience in Singapore through the Singapore Coffee Festival in 2017. These platforms provide us a great opportunity to educate the public on how a simple choice as to where they get their daily coffee from can help protect wildlife.
Kalau di sini selain kopi juga sebenarnya ada Mas produk lokal yang bagus di Petung Riono, itu ada ya gula aren, itu termasuk dari dulu itu udah ada gula aren. Tapi penjualannya itu masih standar-standar aja karena memang belum dikemas.
Kalau di Kecamatan Petung Riono itu, kalau petani nira itu yo cuman saya aja. Kenapa saya fokus ke nira? Karena memang turun-temurun dari buyut sampai kakek. Bahkan kalau generasi penerusnya itu, misalnya anak saya itu mau, juga bisa masih temurun lagi.
Sing saking kajangan niku nggih, terus mau tumbasi ten rindelan. Mireng-mireng yang Medang niku raose kok benten ngeten. Diusit mriki, sareng mriki. Mbah aku tolong gawe gula sing iki. Lah kula mboten saged kathah-kathah anu Mbak, anu Pak. Ya pirang kilo saanane lah niku pertama 1 kilo, 2 kilo. Wonten malih gangsal kilo lah niku terus langsung nggih. Nek saged benter, nek gendhise wonten sing sae 50 kilo sedinten. Nek gula semut di sini ku dirajang kan jemur kan riko. Dingane mboten dados, diayakin mboten kenging. Terus di blender lengket. Mboten dados. Gantos melih. Lah kula akal mboten paringi napa-napa niku damel gula semut. Mbah dipe mbah men garing mbah tepe. Lampun pertama niku men garing dibeto ten Jogja. Lampun kula kan damel malih.
Kalau diperhatikan, kalau dinikmati sekarang ya lebih menguntungkan nira daripada memburu. Hasilnya sedikit tapi apa ya, dalam perasaan itu nyaman.
Akan mengetahui di mana saja lokasi-lokasi home ring Owa Jawa dan kemudian titik-titik jalur macan tutul di situ seperti itu. Lalu juga bisa melakukan lokakarya untuk kalangan anak-anak muda di sekitar hutan agar mereka tertarik menjadi petani nira yang memang tantangannya adalah minim regenerasi. Untuk bisa naik perlu keterampilan, bisa naik pohon aren perlu keterampilan khusus dan itu dibutuhkan. Juga bisa melakukan asesmen atau training mengenai pengelolaan sampah plastik yang ada di hutan karena masifnya pembukaan tempat-tempat wisata di hutan Petung Kriono yang memang basically-nya hutan tersebut milik BUMN dan juga berbasiskan pada profit, maka juga rentan terhadap sampah plastik, makanan baik itu botol dan juga itu akan mengganggu satwa dan akan mengganggu hutan. Mereka pun juga misalkan sampah itu larut ke hanyut di sungai juga akan mengganggu sumber listrik mereka. Atau dengan melalui stadium visit mahasiswa juga agar bisa mengetahui success story mereka secara lebih dekat ke lokasi sehingga itu bisa mahasiswa bisa menjadi influencer mereka dan aksi reforestasi pasti akan berkelanjutan dengan memanfaatkan dana hibah tadi melalui program Impact Seed Funding dan Pulitzer Center. Insya Allah upaya untuk reforestasi berkelanjutan bisa dilakukan dengan lebih baik. Terima kasih.
So, Mr. Dana explained in short how about the relation, intimate relation and mutualism between high diversity forest, lowland forest particularly. The people said it was a forest of local term, Petung Kriono, lowland forest at the district of Pekalongan, Central Java. So the interesting in his story that he explained the relation between forest, coffee, and monkey, the so-called owa. This kind of monkey is only living in the upper forest. She did not goes to the land or below. Different with orangutan. This is in the canopy of the forest.
Yeah.
So, the relation between the forest, coffee, and the owa. So when we see the kopi Owa particularly is not different with kopi Luwak.
Yeah,
Kopi Luwak is quite different because kopi Luwak
from phases
because of the discretion or phases of the Luwak. But this is not that. The Owa coffee is different. So this is Robusta, export to Singapore, you see that, and then in an organic way. And the other interesting is the palm sugar and how they use the electricity by microhydro. So this kind of small village surrounded by dense population in Central Java, they can survive and sustainably use the resource. And I think this is the interesting one. And it is small hope that can be extended to the other place, particularly in Java, where the highest population density in the world are in Java. So you have many studies about that since perhaps 3 decades ago, how the so-called in inner Java and inner Indonesia, the poverty, sheer poverty are emerged in the local population of Java, which is quite different in the outer Java. So this is the time for us to discuss. According to my time, we still have about 20 minutes. 20 minutes to Ibu Melanie, Mrs. Melanie, any others? Can you mention? Yeah. Humaira? Ina. Okay, 2. Please Ibu Melanie, then follow by Ibu Ina.
Terima kasih. My name is Melanie Abdul Kadir Sunito. I'm a lecturer at Department of Communication Science and Community Development, and I'm also a fellow at the Samdana Institute, an NGO in conservation and community development. I'm going to speak in Bahasa. Permit me because I'm going to mostly speak to the speaker in front. Mbak Titi dan Mas Dana, saya merasa diajak jalan-jalan karena ini 2 tempat yang sangat saya kenal. Saya berasal dari Malang dan 2012 saya mengantar mahasiswa KKN ke Petung Kriono dan itu 2 tempat yang luar biasa. Pada saat yang sama saya juga sudah lama memiliki teman-teman yang mengembangkan hutan organik di Megamendung, daerah Megamendung. Namanya hutan organik, jadi daerah yang dulunya adalah bekas kebun teh yang sudah terlantar dan kemudian ini ditanami kembali dan sekarang menjadi hutan, persis seperti apa yang dikerjakan oleh Mbak Titi. Yang saya bayangkan kemudian adalah begini. Tadi kita ngobrol dengan Mas Hari, teman sangat baik saya dan teman baru saya Mas Yuda. Apakah kita bisa membuat satu cara untuk menginformasikan di mana saja tempat-tempat di mana community itu mengembangkan konservasi ini sebagai counter dari upaya besar untuk deforestasi dan yang luar biasa ini ya. Jadi kemudian ini kemudian dimasukkan ke dalam semacam peta atau whatever gitu. Tapi ini kan ada di Jawa Timur, Jawa Tengah ada, Jawa Barat ada. Dan kemudian kita bisa menyusun semacam koridor. Di mana kemudian kalau itu dipetakan kita akan menjadi tahu di mana kita akan membuat tempat-tempat baru itu supaya ini menjadi semacam koridor konservasi Jawa. Saya rasa Pak Bowo bisa menjelaskan panjang lebar betapa Jawa itu salah satu wilayah yang sudah sangat kacau secara ekologis gitu. Tapi kita punya spots ini dan kita kemudian melihat gerak masyarakat untuk mengembangkan ini. Saya rasa gagasan untuk membuat semacam koridor Jawa ini luar biasa. Di teman-teman dari Reding besok akan ke Cibulau dan Cibulau juga ada teman-teman yang mengembangkan kopi konservasi seperti Mas Dana juga itu. Jadi ada, tapi kalau saya kemudian mencari informasi itu kemana untuk dapat gambaran ini? Saya rasa mungkin kita bisa menggunakan kerjasama antara teman-teman jurnalis, kemudian juga komunitas di tingkat lokal, dan kemudian saya malas disebut saintis, tapi oke. Kelompok ini kemudian untuk gabungan. Saya rasa itu. Bagaimana pandangan? Terima kasih.
Basically what Mrs. Melanie asks is about, is it possible that the local initiative like in Pekalongan, in Central Java and East Java, this sounds like a small island in the vast open sea. So can we in the future connecting the dot with the initiative? So everybody can also, people in the city, people in Sumatra Island out of Java can also know how the initiative can be extend and involve all the communities across in Indonesia, and also particularly also from abroad. So this is the question. And please, Mbak, okay.
Check. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Bowo. My name is Ina. I'm a student from Science Communication and Community Development, and I would like to ask question to Professor Kazuke. That's very interesting presentation from you, Professor. From your presentation, we know that there are still big gaps that we can find in land ownership in Indonesia. So that's why our government release and implement a land reform program, agrarian program reforms. And from one of the program from our government in Indonesia is about legalization asset legalisasi in Indonesia through land registration. Also, we know that in Indonesia, it still can be found a lot of communal indigenous local people. And indigenous local people, they do believe in communal land ownership. So from those cases, we can see the different perspective of our government and our indigenous local people. So I would like to ask your opinion or your thought about this case, because if our government still release this program and implement this program, there will be a crash, there will be a conflict that occur in the future. Thank you.
Okay. Perhaps for Ibu Melani, you can answer in short, both of you, and then followed by Pak Mizun. Pendek-pendek saja.
Terima kasih Bu Melani. Mungkin memang perlu ada itu pemetaan karena setiap daerah punya cara sendiri untuk menghijaukan, dan kesadaran masyarakat ini yang perlu ditumbuhkan sehingga bukan hanya program pemerintah tetapi inisiatif masing-masing daerah ini yang perlu di-highlight. Kalau seperti itu akan menjadi semacam gerakan swadaya yang seluruh Indonesia, mungkin tidak hanya di Jawa, juga banyak local hero di beberapa tempat. Saya rasa demikian Ibu. Terima kasih.
Iya, cek. Ya, terima kasih. Memang perlu inisiatif dan juga kolaborasi untuk bisa menghadirkan inovasi, mengetahui informasi mana saja community yang memang sudah berkembang, mana yang belum, sehingga ada lahan-lahan baru yang bisa digarap dan juga dikerjakan oleh para saintis. Salah satunya itu yang saya berharap impact funding itu bisa dimanfaatkan untuk kemudian tadi bahwa ada upaya reforestasi itu berkelanjutan. Kalau hanya sampai di mereka, tapi dari sisi luar hutannya juga sama aja, maka mereka juga akan tergerus pengetahuan itu, dan dan memang pemetaan informasi untuk bisa dijadikan satu koridor atau connecting the dot itu perlu agar publik juga mengetahui, at least pemerintah juga akan setidaknya dengan informasi tersebut juga akan mengaruhi kebijakan publik mereka. Memang sangat diharapkan dan sangat diperlukan, dan kami juga sebagai jurnalis hanya bisa mengangkat ini agar informasi ini juga sampai kepada publik atau audiens, tapi what's next-nya itu yang perlu dipikirkan agar tetap berkelanjutan dan tidak hanya berhenti di saya sebagai jurnalis, di mereka, community, bisa berkelanjutan semuanya. Terima kasih.
May I translate in short? So both of them, in conclusion, that if regarding the question of Ibu Melanie, the answer is a combination between collaboration and diversity. How to collaborate with the other actor outside the community, perhaps until the international wide, but then should be respect to its diversity of its location that you mentioned, Ibu Titi. So this is the combination of their answer.
Yeah, thank you very much. The direction of the issue is somewhat clear. Indonesian government implement the reform agrarian reform based on the TAP MPR 2002 and also keputusan Mahkamah Konstitusi, decision of the Constitutional Court 2012. Those decision strengthen the communal right of local people. So those directions should be promoted. For example, there is now Hutan Adat communal forest can be recognized, but until now only around 40 or 50,000 hectares was recognized as many places. But compared with the vast area that controlled by local people, the number is still so small. So we should promote the promote the direction, recognizing the right of community people or communal right. Undang-Undang Pokok Agraria, Basic Agraria Law 1960 also recognized that communal right is the base of the property right in Indonesia. So basic foundation exists in Indonesia, so we can promote those directions, I think. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we are not meet in Manado last week.
Yeah.
I also go to Manado to the International Symposium on Journal Anthropology Indonesia, and at the time I present about the problem and challenge on the customary forest acknowledgement by the government. So yes, you're right. There is still, because of the effort, are not spent by government are so limited, but up to present only 90,000 hectares already of customary forest already acknowledged, which is about 90 customary community that own 70,000 of hectares, and it should be extend. But the problem is the limited resource and limited anthropologists to accompany the process of forest acknowledgement. Thank you. The time already finished. Thank you for all, Professor Mizuno, Mbak Titi, Mas Dana, and all the participants that question and also comment to the presenter. Thank you to you all. Have a nice day. And then I give to the moderator, the committee. Please, thank you.
All right, thank you so much for Dr. Suryo Adiwibowo as a moderator, and also thank you to all the speakers that have presented very well.
And to all the presenter and the moderator, you can join us downstairs because we're gonna give a certificate and placard. To give this placard and certificate, we invite Professor Arya Hadi Darmawan as the head of Department of Communication and Community Development.
The first placard and certificate will be given to Dr. Suryo Adiwibowo as a moderator.
The second placard and certificate will be given to Professor Kosuke Mizuno as a presenter to this session.
The third placard and certificate will be given to Ms. Titi Kartitiani.
And last but not least, the last certificate and placard will be given to Mr. Dana Kencana.
All right, let's take a picture together. 1, 2, 3. Cheers. All right.
Okay, you can now back to your seat. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Professor. Okay, on to the next agenda. We are going to hear about amazing socialization of impact seed funding that will be presented by Miss Granti Paramita from Pulitzer Center. So welcoming to the stage, Miss Granti Paramita.
Halo, selamat siang semuanya. Mudah-mudahan belum bosan ya lihat saya. Oke, untuk sesi kali ini kita akan membahas mengenai suatu inisiatif baru dari Pulitzer Center. Mohon izin saya pakai bahasa Indonesia mungkin ya untuk sekarang ya. Mungkin pertanyaan dari tadi setelah kita sudah sharing bersama, mendengar berbagai pengalaman dan juga reporting dari rekan-rekan jurnalis dan juga riset, kita bisa melihat bagaimana overlapping passion dan juga interest dari kedua belah pihak ya, baik itu di data mungkin ataupun di riset dan juga untuk melihat dampak sosial dan ekonomi di desa dan di hutan seperti itu. Maka pertanyaan besarnya adalah what's next, dan untuk itu Pulitzer Center ingin memberikan suatu platform atau memberikan suatu fasilitasi untuk para jurnalis dan saintis untuk bisa dapat berkolaborasi atau mengambil inspirasi dari reporting yang sudah kami share di pada beberapa program yang ada di Pulitzer Center. Seperti itu. Next. Oke, konteksnya pertama di sini adalah karena tentu saja di dunia akademik kita juga sangat mengakui penggunaan grey literature ya. Ini adalah termasuk dari reporting yang sudah di-share dan juga data-data yang ada di dalam sana, data yang sudah diolah juga oleh para rekan-rekan fellow dan juga grantees dari Pulitzer Center. Jadi sebenarnya kita bisa melihat bagaimana penggunaan data di dalam dari dua dunia ini sudah saling melengkapi seperti itu dan saling mensuplementasi. Jurnalis dan saintis tentunya men-share passion pada environment gitu ya, dan climate change dan juga data. Lalu yang ketiga juga deforestasi tadi seperti yang sudah di-share oleh Carol mungkin ya tadi bahwa sangat cukup tidak menggembirakan karena region kita ini di Southeast Asia rate-nya sangat tinggi untuk deforestasi. Saat ini kita kehilangan 1,2% hutan setiap tahunnya. Jadi kita itu yang paling cepat di antara 3 region lainnya yaitu Latin Amerika dan juga Afrika. Kita juga melihat konteks bahwa kita ingin memberikan platform untuk men-enable suara-suara dari lokal academics dan juga lokal jurnalis seperti itu. Jadi dengan impact seed funding ini kami ingin memberikan fasilitasi kepada semua jurnalis dan juga saintis dimanapun berada ya, tidak hanya yang ada di kota-kota besar mungkin meskipun kita juga merasakan dampaknya dari deforestasi, tapi juga bringing the stories closer to home. Jadi artinya kita ingin mengenable kolaborasi yang ada di lapangan seperti itu, lebih dekat. Next. Oke, impact seed funding itu apa sih? Impact seed funding itu adalah dana mikro untuk memfasilitasi further education related activities yang mengambil inspirasi dari underreported stories yang terkait dengan hutan di bawah program Rainforest Journalism Fund dan Rainforest Investigative Network. Nah ini bisa jadi mengambil inspirasi itu dari topik-topiknya seperti itu ya, tadi misalnya ada tentang madu kelenceng tadi yang ada di hutan Petung Kriono mungkin, lalu tadi jelas yang sudah kita dengar dari Bu Titi mengenai ada anggrek baru, yang spesies anggrek baru yang ditemukan yang endemik, lalu mungkin juga selain itu juga atau mengambil mengenai subjek dari desanya itu sendiri atau hutannya itu sendiri gitu. Kita ingin mencapai impact seperti itu ya dari reportase ini. Kita ingin mengeksplor respon dari teman-teman akademisi atau saintis gitu. Responnya seperti apa sih terhadap informasi yang sudah dibagikan oleh rekan-rekan jurnalis seperti itu. Next. Sekedar sharing, untuk saat ini kita punya ada 2 ya, tadi saya udah share mengenai RJF, Rainforest Journalism Fund, dan juga Rainforest Investigative Network, Investigation Network. Untuk RJF sendiri di sini itu kami sudah sangat luas ya, through archipelago untuk reportasenya, dan di sini kalau rekan-rekan di sini dan di online visit ke website kami, di atasnya itu ada yang namanya interactive map. Di sana bisa dilihat di mana saja reportase yang sudah dilakukan oleh rekan-rekan dari fellow kami seperti itu ya. Nah ini konsentrasinya seperti bisa dilihat di layar, ada di Kalimantan, tentunya ada di Sulawesi juga dan di Sumatera, lalu ada juga di Papua ya tadi seperti Mas Bagja share. Tentunya ada juga di Jawa beberapa stories mengenai hutan ini, dan kita harap rekan-rekan yang ada di IPB ini, karena saya tahu di IPB ini kan very internasional dan juga jangkauan risetnya sangat luas seperti itu ya, termasuk ke daerah-daerah ini, mungkin bisa mulai memikirkan apa sih overlappingnya dengan rekan-rekan jurnalis yang tadi sudah share. Next. Mungkin hanya sekelebat saja, karena nanti kalau rekan-rekan setelah acara ini memvisit website kami di pulitzercenter.org, di situ rekan-rekan bisa melihat di situ ada grants dan juga ada fellows gitu ya, bisa ditekan di situ. Jika visit ke Rainforest Journalism Fund dan juga Rainforest Investigative Network website, kita punya banyak sekali story di sini dan sangat variatif ya. Jadi silakan dilihat-lihat seperti itu. Meskipun untuk saat ini memang search button kami itu masih berdasarkan region ya, jadi bukan berdasarkan negara, tapi mudah-mudahan tetap lebih mudah dicari untuk mencari inspirasi dari story-story yang bisa dikerjasamakan seperti itu. Next. Kembali meng-highlight mengenai kekuatan dari underreported stories yang dilakukan oleh para fellow dan juga grantees kami, yaitu tentu saja kami meng-highlight dan raising awareness untuk urgent issues yang dihadapi oleh dunia tentang hutan hujan ya, seperti itu. Dan kami bekerja dengan the most passionate journalists yang menaruh perhatian terhadap ecology preservation dan juga forest communities at the center of reporting. Jadi jurnalis-jurnalis kami itu sangat berpihak kepada forest communities seperti itu ya, dan juga sangat melihat dinamika sosialnya juga. Jadi aspeknya itu ekologi dan juga sosial. Jadi cukup multidisiplinary kalau rekan-rekan di sini visit ke website kami. Yang ketiga juga kami sangat mengharness penggunaan data dan juga pengolahan data karena untuk RIN, kebetulan Departemen RIN ini memiliki seorang pakar seperti itu, pakar data yang dapat mengassist rekan-rekan jurnalis untuk pengolahan big data atau mungkin geospatial analysis gitu. Jadi rekan-rekan jurnalis ini dibantu juga untuk akses-akses ke big data lainnya gitu. Next. Kekuatan yang berikutnya tentu saja bisa dilihat ya dari tadi rekan-rekan di sini jurnalis sudah sharing. Storytelling kami itu sangat interaktif dan juga knowledge sharingnya itu sangat menarik. Jadi artinya di sini kalau para scientist memiliki data yang sangat ekstensif terhadap risetnya, mungkin dengan kerjasama dengan para jurnalis di sini kita bisa juga melihat bagaimana sih untuk penyajian presentasi dari riset itu sendiri misalnya, seperti itu. Nah ini ada salah satu contoh yang saya presentasikan di sini adalah mengenai Kayan, itu dia letaknya ada di Kalimantan Utara dan ini reportasenya dilakukan oleh Reza Aji yang sekarang saat ini bekerja di Rupa Data. Nah seperti yang rekan-rekan di sini lihat, misalnya beliau itu membandingkan ketinggian waduk gitu ya, waduk yang sedang dibangun pemerintah itu setinggi Monas seperti itu. Lalu di sini dia juga membahas mengenai hewan-hewan endemik yang terancam yang ada di sana. Tapi di sini disajikannya dengan sangat menarik. Jadi artinya kalau dipakai misalnya di kelas, mungkin para dosen juga ingin memperkenalkan mengenai challenge developmental dan juga ekologi yang ada di dan deforestasi tentunya, itu bisa menggunakan reportase yang di-share ada di Pulitzer Center ini gitu, karena menurut kami interaktif storytelling ini menjadi kekuatan dari rekan-rekan jurnalis dan fellow reportaser jurnalis dan fellow kami. Next. Selain itu yang sangat menarik di sini adalah karena Pulitzer Center ini memang mungkin satu-satunya lembaga yang ingin melakukan outreach terhadap story-story yang sangat urgent ini. Kami juga memiliki translationnya dari reportase ini kepada lessons plan seperti itu. Jadi misalnya kalau nanti Bapak Ibu di sini berkenan untuk memvisit website kami, itu ada button di bawah bisa dipilih, itu namanya ada sectionnya namanya lessons plan gitu. Nah di sini lessons plan-nya itu bisa dipakai untuk mengajar juga gitu. Nah ini salah satu contoh yang saya bawa di sini adalah ceritanya dari Carol yang tadi. Carol itu yang tadi presentasi di sesi pertama ya dari Philippines. Di sini beliau itu membahas mengenai deforestasi di Philippines dan lessons plan-nya itu juga isinya sudah ada guide-nya, misalnya ada berapa durasinya berapa lama, key questions apa yang akan di-address di dalam kelas misalnya seperti itu. Dan jadi itu sesuatu yang bisa kita olah bersama. Misalnya tadi Bapak Ibu sangat melihat reportasenya Mas Bagja di deforestasi di Kalimantan itu sangat menarik sekali nih untuk kita pakai di classroom misalnya. Itu dengan ISF ini kami juga bisa menjembatani hal tersebut untuk membuat lessons plan bersama dengan Bapak Ibu seperti itu. Next. Oke, tujuannya apa sih ISF ini? Yang pertama tentunya kami ingin mengintensifikasi kolaborasi antara jurnalis dan juga saintis seperti itu ya. Nah, yang disebut intensifikasi jurnalis ini, kolaborasi ini tidak hanya yang baru, jadi artinya menginisiasi new collaboration, tapi juga bisa mendevelop existing collaborations. Misalnya kayak tadi Mbak Titi sudah bekerja sama dengan researcher anggrek gitu ya. Nah itu bisa diperluas lagi misalnya dengan researcher IPB misalnya gitu. Nah itu bisa difasilitasi dengan ISF ini, seperti itu. Yang berikutnya kami juga menstimulasi penggunaan data dan informasi dari underreported stories ini ya, seperti itu. Ya. Next. Oke, ISF ini didesain untuk menjadi sangat fleksibel dan responsif kepada kebutuhan-kebutuhan di komunitas education dan juga forest community. Karena kita ingin allowing applicants untuk meng-establish kegiatan-kegiatan yang terkait dengan urgent issues di forest, dan kita tidak ingin itu menjadi terprescribe gitu ya. Kita tidak ingin mendictate bentuknya itu apa, karena kita tahu bahwa saintis dan jurnalis lebih tahu di lapangan kebutuhannya seperti apa dan mungkin yang bisa dikembangkan seperti apa. Jadi di sini tidak ada limitasi ya untuk bentuk kegiatan gitu, tapi nanti mungkin perlu dikonsultasikan juga dengan tim kami. Karena namanya seed funding, tentunya micro scale, karena durasi dari activities yang terpilih ini hanya berkisar sekitar 2-3 bulan. Kita tidak mensyaratkan untuk setahun durasi misalnya seperti yang lain, tapi ini adalah short term ya. Makanya micro scale funding ini di kisaran 3.000 sampai 4.000 USD untuk satu activities ini. Ya, untuk timeline-nya sendiri tadi saya sudah sebutkan ya, 2-3 bulan. Next. Oke, mungkin kegiatannya apa saja sih? Kalau mungkin rekan-rekan dosen di sini sedang menimbang kira-kira apa yang bisa kita kerjasamakan dengan story-story yang tadi sudah di-share ya gitu. Yang pertama educational engagement, misalnya insersi di dalam teaching materials, lalu bisa juga mengadakan on-campus debates oleh rekan-rekan mahasiswa. Di sini saya juga terkesima ya, karena di acara ini kita juga dibantu banyak oleh rekan-rekan mahasiswa dari IPB. Jadi ISF ini juga menjembatani hal-hal tersebut ya. Jadi bisa untuk on-campus debate, lalu misalnya mau bikin lomba hackathon untuk ide-ide social issues untuk membahas misalnya deforestasi yang ada disebabkan oleh food estate yang ada di Kalimantan tadi, student itu bisa menyumbang juga nih ide-idenya apa sih untuk addressing that social issues, itu misalnya dengan pengadaan lomba hackathon tadi gitu. Lalu kita juga sangat aware di sini ya bahwa di Indonesia ini kita sedang memiliki program kampus merdeka yang sangat novel dan eksperimental seperti itu ya. Dan di sini ISF juga berharap dapat mensuplemen kegiatan-kegiatan di kampus merdeka ya, misalnya student visit ke desa atau ekspedisi misalnya biodiversity expedition oleh student, atau mungkin tentunya harus dengan supervisi dosen ya, seperti itu. Selain juga tadi yang saya sebutkan misalnya ada visit ke pedesaan atau ke hutan seperti itu, kita juga mendukung kegiatan-kegiatan untuk produksi visuals dan juga diseminasi. Nah misalnya student di sini, karena kan di sini communication for development ya gitu student, mungkin ingin memproduksi podcast atau film dokumenter terkait dengan deforestasi tadi, atau mungkin tentang anggrek gitu, atau mungkin tentang reforestasi yang ada di Petung Kriono, tentang social angle di hutan Petung Kriono tadi ya gitu, yang sangat menarik. Itu itu bisa difasilitasi juga oleh ISF, jadi membuat film dokumenter, dan si film ini misalnya tentunya dipegang oleh para students yang ada di kampus seperti itu. Selain itu juga pameran kecil-kecilan gitu ya, mungkin setelah kita mengirim student pergi ke hutan misalnya, lalu mereka kita ada fotografer di situ misalnya, kita punya banyak foto, lalu kita juga ada dokumenter, bisa juga lalu kita bikin pameran gitu, atau mungkin diskusi terkait dari visit tersebut di kampus gitu. Nah itu lebih ke education engagement-nya. untuk mobility dan forest community engagement itu misalnya knowledge exchange activities gitu. Misalnya kemarin Mbak Titi sempat mention ke saya, apakah bisa Mbak misalnya kita mengengage dosen IPB untuk bersama-sama mendiskusikan mengenai anggrek gitu supaya lebih baik lagi kualitasnya secara manajemennya mungkin seperti itu di level komunitas. Nah itu bisa juga students visit of course, biodiversity expedition itu juga termasuk dan citizen journalism seperti itu masuk juga kalau memang Bapak Ibu di sini kepikiran untuk menggunakan dana tersebut untuk hal tersebut. Yang terakhir tentunya sangat menarik juga yaitu adalah dukungan untuk research activities. Nah di sini research activities kita nggak mau ini ya over promising karena kalau research itu kan panjang ya. Kalau di sini sedangkan ISF itu hanya 2 bulan gitu. Jadi ini lebih ke support ke main research activities. Jadi misalnya Bapak Ibu sedang ada existing riset nih mengenai deforestasi atau illegal logging seperti itu. Nah, kita sangat welcome dan menginvite Bapak Ibu untuk data adoption dari liputan-liputan yang ada di bawah Pulitzer Center itu tadi, data adoption untuk improving research accuracy gitu kan misalnya. Lalu misalnya Bapak Ibu sedang menulis buku gitu, menulis buku tentang hutan di Jawa. Nah, itu kita persilakan misalnya mengengage Mas Dana untuk jadi salah satu sumber untuk tulisan di dalam book chapter misalnya. Itu kita juga sangat mengencourage juga. Yang terakhir sangat menarik yaitu adalah fauna flora cataloging gitu. Jadi misalnya tadi ada spesies anggrek baru atau mungkin ada spesies hewan baru itu kita bisa mensupport untuk cataloging flora fauna dan juga mungkin pemetaan ya gitu untuk publikasi ke dalam website si katalognya itu. Ya. Next, oke, timelinenya cukup padat ya. Untuk application proses sendiri kita akan go live itu besok, mudah-mudahan kalau lancar semua di Agustus 12, tapi cukup panjang. Kita deadline-nya itu sebulan lebih. September 20 gitu kan. Nah, mohon kalau Bapak Ibu tertarik untuk mendaftar, silakan monggo hubungin saya atau bisa juga kalau mau follow sosial media kami, nanti kita juga akan umumkan di sana. Yang kedua, selection prosesnya itu seminggu, September 21 sampai 29. Pengumumannya di September 30, lalu tentunya ada admin dan segala macam ya di Oktober awal. Implementasinya itu di bulan Oktober sampai dengan Desember 18 ya itu. Ya, jadi sekitar 2 bulanan gitu. Karena kita kalau di Pulitzer Center tentunya kita tutup tahun ya di Desember itu. Jadi mudah-mudahan bisa terimplementasi dengan baik di bulan Oktober sampai dengan Desember. Next. Oke, jika di sini Bapak Ibu sudah mulai kepikiran ya untuk partisipasi dalam ISF ini, beberapa hal yang perlu Bapak Ibu siapkan dan ini perlu disubmit ya ke online application-nya. Yang pertama adalah tentunya an overview mengenai proposed project-nya tidak lebih dari 250 kata. Nah, ini nggak tradisional ya untuk para dosen ini biasanya kan proposalnya panjang-panjang banget ya. Nah, kalau ini kita pendek aja gitu. Yang penting must include the objectives, target audience, activities, intended impact, itu penting sekali, dan rasionalnya itu apa aja, lalu detail time frame, budget estimasi gitu kan, including budget breakdown of cost. Di sini kita nggak mengatur komponennya ya Bapak Ibu, jadi dipersilakan aja untuk mempropose yang menjadi kebutuhan dari proyek yang Bapak Ibu ingin ajukan ke kami. Nah, ada satu catatan mengenai jenis activity yaitu knowledge exchange ke forest communities. Karena kami ini kami merasa di Pulitzer Center bahwa tidak hanya kita yang bisa belajar gitu kan, tidak hanya kita yang juga pergi ke sana untuk belajar, tapi juga komunitas hutan juga kita juga belajar dari komunitas hutan. Jadi kita sama-sama saling belajar dari komunitas hutan juga. Nah, maka itu kami mensyaratkan adanya statement dari member of community showing the need from them. Itu jadi itu harus di present. Nah, ini bentuknya tidak harus yang resmi-resmi misalnya surat keterangan atau apa, tapi bisa aja misalnya hanya just a message, quick message atau mungkin video ya yang menyatakan dari forest communities bahwa oh hey we need this kind of capacity building or apa mungkin pendampingan seperti itu ya atau mungkin expert visit. Nah itu kita harapkan ada statement dari member of the community. Yang terakhir adalah copy of curriculum vitae dan tentunya ini ya professional references. Jadi untuk menyatakan bahwa departemen mengizinkan Bapak Ibu untuk melakukan kegiatan ini. Ya, next. Ya, ini adalah konteks saya. Mohon dapat dicatat. Jika Bapak Ibu ada pertanyaan, mohon layangkan ke dua kanal ini, email atau HP saya seperti itu. Nah di paling bawah itu ada link ke website kami. Silakan Bapak Ibu untuk ini ya menunggu di link tersebut untuk update-update yang akan kami perbarui seperti itu. Oke, mungkin itu dari saya overview mengenai impact seed funding. Sekarang saya akan membuka pertanyaan, jika ada silakan Bapak Ibu yang berkenan memiliki pertanyaan. Oke. Apakah di Zoom ada pertanyaan? Bisa dicek. Ya. Oh, iya, oke. Oke, apakah sudah, mudah-mudahan sudah cukup jelas ya, tapi jika ada pertanyaan lebih lanjut, silakan nanti saya masih standby di sini sampai siang, jadi kita bisa ngobrol setelah ini. Mungkin itu dari saya, terima kasih sekali atas dukungan Bapak Ibu semua dan Bapak Ibu yang telah meluangkan waktu untuk hadir ke dalam acara ini. Kita sangat senang karena berkonek dengan Bapak Ibu di pagi hari ini, mudah-mudahan kedepannya kerjasama kita terus terjalin dengan baik. Mungkin itu. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you Miss Granti Paramita for your presentation. Wah Arlen, ini opportunity yang sangat besar ya, yang sangat bagus untuk kita semua di sini karena di ruangan ini mayoritasnya adalah scientist dan juga jurnalis. Jadi pasti akan sangat-sangat bisa memanfaatkan kesempatan ini ya.
Jangan disia-siakan itu.
Yes,
Sekali lagi kita beri tepuk tangan, let's give it applause for Pulitzer Center on Impact Seed Funding. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we end our event, we are going to hear closing remarks from the Director of International Education and Outreach that will be joining us by Zoom meeting. Mrs. Flora Pereira. Miss Flora Pereira, the time is yours.
Yes, your voice sounds very clearly.
Sorry, can you hear me well?
Yes, madam.
Perfect. So good afternoon, selamat siang. Good afternoon, dear Pulitzer Center Fellows, dear partners and friends, Professor Dr. Ujang Sumarwan, Professor Dr. Arya Hadidamarwan. Sorry if my pronunciation is not the best. It's a great moment to hear. Oops. Can you hear me now? Because I'm hearing
loud and clear, yes.
Oops, there it is. Okay, I put it off on translation. Thank you very much. So again, it's a great moment to be here. We are proud and happy to work with all of you in this launch of this initiative. We know we have seen it today, the deforestation, the intensification of extractivism, and the consequential climate change is forcing us as society to problematize the mainstream concept of nature. And there is now a global understanding of the finitude of what has been called nature resource. And it's clear as well that is a shift of paradigm on the way we look at this and the way we are living and consuming and deforesting has never been so urgent. The International Outreach and Education Initiative is Pulitzer Center newest developed within the rainforest activities, and it brings together specialists from across the globe, intertwining journalists, education, and outreach in different and crucial climate hotspots in the world. And with that, we hope to foster engagement and generate impactful narratives on rainforests that will lead to forest preservation and hopefully to a stronger reconnection between humans and nature. Today, we are happy to launch the Southeast Asia Journalist Scientist Hub, coordinated by Grantee Paramita, and this conference has marked the start of the Pulitzer Center International Education and Outreach upcoming activities on the region. It is our objective to reach an audience in the Southeast Asia, specifically Indonesia, where the severity of deforestation is important to be addressed and highlighted, connecting these two crucial stakeholders in telling the rainforest story and its people's story, the journalists and the scientists. We hope that the stories that our fellows and grantees have shared hopefully can be an eye-open to many of us and enrich the work that we are all doing in the academic world. In the Pulitzer Center, we have been moved by this report, from looking at the natural impact at the deforestation taking place in central Borneo, reports of the decreased number of Sumatran elephants to the community forts, to reforestation, and also the powerful cooperation that are dominating the forest in Sumatra in exchange of economic gain. We are very happy to welcome the academic communities to further engage by participating in this initiative, in the upcoming seminars, in the knowledge exchange, in the impacted funding grantees just presented, and also in the training programs and opportunities that will come. As we take this initiative as experimental learning as well, from the outset, we are seeing value in the impact anticipated through this engagement. The shared passion in contribution to the environment and social issues are working with data, and we hope that the Southeast Asia Journalist Scientist Hub will be able to intensify the dialogue and bring the two parties close. We deeply believe that by connecting researchers and journalists, we'll be able to see important shifts in false and dominant narratives about deforestation, about the dichotomy between nature and environment, about environmental crimes, and in the end contribute to the protection of the Southeast Asian tropical forests, as well to the rights of their inhabitants and guardians. With that, I want to deeply thank you to our partners, the Bogor Agricultural University, to RUSET, and Forest Digest, that are leading the way with us, and the amazing journalists that presented their work and that inspires the Pulitzer Center work every day. Also wanted to recognize Grantee's effort to make this event possible today. For all, thank you so much for taking the time to attend the event, and we are looking forward to further participation. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the closing remark, Ms. Pereira.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are also going to hear another closing remark from the Dean of Faculty of Human Ecology. Please welcome to the stage Professor Dr. Ujang Sumarwan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all participants of this the third seminar, international conference on rural socio-economic transformation. And also, thank you very much for distinguished speaker from UK, from Japan, and from other nations, and also from Indonesia, especially from the Department Communication, IPB University. And thank you, the Honorable Professor Arya Hadi Darmawan, and Professor and also researcher who attend this important seminar. Of course, our vision and mission is we don't want that the rural issue left behind, because so many attention right now goes to urban areas. We can imagine if the issue of deforestation and the issue of rural area, like the issue of the most hot issue right now, the FS skandal, ya. Andaikan isu mengenai kehutanan dan desa ini itu sama seperti isunya kasus FS, mungkin pemerintah akan memberikan perhatian yang sangat besar. Ya. Sayangnya isu, ya, unfortunately, the issue of rural area as well as forest as not as hot the issue of human being, especially the celebrity. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to special thanks also to the fellow student from University of Reading. You can stand up, yeah. Let's give them applause. Yeah. And also, thank you very much to attend this international. And also, we would like to thank you to all speakers. Please rise to all speakers, especially for the UK. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. I think the conference is the important steps to build our collaboration, because our problem cannot be solved without working together, without collaborate to each other. We have our strength by working together. And I think no one can be achieved, nothing can be achieved without working together. And especially from developing country and developed countries. And especially, you know, the Indonesia, I think, have the largest rural communities as well as the rainforest area. So therefore, I think what happened in Indonesia will influence also to other countries and to the other region. So that's why researchers, experts from around the globe pay attention to our problem. So our problem, not just our problem, Indonesian problem, but also other nation problem. So I think on behalf of the IPB, I'm very pleased and thank you that all researchers and all experts attended this international conference. And I hope that we will move forward to work more to provide assistance, to provide recommendation to the government how to solve our problems. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Ujang Sumarwan, for the closing remark.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Erika, we have something special for you guys now.
Yes, of course, because we are going to have an awarding for the best presenter as an appreciation to all of you who have participated in this event, especially in the day one of this conference.
So without further ado, let us announce who the winners for the Best Presenter Award.
Best Presenter Awards goes to Naida Ugarambas.
Nur Isyana Wiyanti.
Melani Abdul Kadir Sunito. All right, congratulations to all the winners of the Best Presenter Awards.
And we would like to invite one of our winners that attended today. So to Miss Dr. Melani Abdul Kadir Sunito, please come forward to join us and give it applause for Dr. Melani Abdul Kadir Sunito. And the award will be given by the Dean of the Faculty of Human Ecology, Professor Ujang Sumarwan. Okay, thank you, Dr.
Thank you so much for Professor Ujang Sumarwan, and congratulations once again to all the winners of the Best Presenter Awards. And for the winners who join in online, the certificate of appreciation will be delivered to you directly by the committee.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are at the end of our event. Thank you very much to all the speakers, all the moderators, and all the participants who already participated in day 1 and day 2 of this event.
We apologize for any mistake. We hope to see you again face to face next time. I'm Erika Mutiara and my partner
Arlen Elvide Sudi, as Master of Ceremony, officially signing out. That's all from us. Thank you very much and see you at the next RUSET conference.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, now we're gonna take a picture together. So for all the participants.